Hi everybody, and welcome to the Monster Hunter Speed Running Rise Invitational Tournament. It's a mouthful. My name is JalBagel, and I am joined by Nightside. Say hi, Nightside.
What's up, everyone?
Hey,
let's go!
Let's go! So, if you guys don't know what this is yet, this is a speedrunning competition between a bunch of amazing participants that are going to be conducted in arena quests in Monster Hunter Rise. It is a kind of proof of concept of an idea that Knight and I had entirely separately.
At the same time.
It was a really cool kind of culmination of ideas, right? Like, he brought it up, I was like, dude, I had that thought 2 weeks ago. Let's do something about it. And so this is the fruits of those labors. I just want to say thank you really quick to everyone that has helped and is participating in this. Knight has been insane in setting up, like, every scene that you see today, all the transitions and everything that we show, Knight made. So, like, insane.
One second here. Looks like we have a little bit of audio issue. One moment.
Audio issue already? We just started.
1 second, guys.
Oh, I'm echoing. I know I am. So this is Discord audio.
Oh, is it Discord?
Yeah, that's because I have no suppression set up in Discord.
1 second. Probably can't fix it mid-conversation. Can't be sharing for a little audio issue.
It's fine. It's fine. I just won't yell.
Oh, wait. Hold on. I got it. All right. One more mic check.
Okay.
Mic check. 1 2 1 2.
I think it should be good now. It should be good.
Yeah. Yeah. It can't be. It would never be.
So much better.
The only thing that goes wrong. That's great.
There we go. See? No problem. Sorry, guys.
Perfect. There we go. We did it. It's saved.
Yeah. But just to kind of continue from where Bagel left off, honestly, thank you so much to everyone in the Monster community, all of our respective communities. We're really excited to give you guys a really great show, and I'm pretty sure all the participants are as well. I'm really hoping that this will be, well, no, I'm 100% certain that this will be a great event. You guys will enjoy yourselves, and this will be the foundation to even better and more awesome tournaments in the future. So I hope you guys will stay tuned to all that. And anything else you want to add, Bagel?
Yeah, I just wanted to say really quick, MHSR, because we haven't really talked about this too much, is the brand for the speedrunning community around speedrun.com Monster Hunter series leaderboards. It's the community that I moderate, and Knight was really... what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. You were just really cool about working and still making this branded with that community. So I really do appreciate that, because I couldn't have done this by myself, and you have put so much polish into this. So thank you. And so if you see that name come up, MHSR, that's what it is Monster Hunter Speedrunning. It's the community around the speedrun.com leaderboards. So if you are interested in that, exclamation MHSR in the chat. We'll give you more information about that. That's the only plug I'm going to do for that community right now. Yeah, I guess I mean, you threw it to me to ask if I had anything else. I guess I'm going to throw it back to you. Do you have anything else?
Nope, that's it. Guys, I hope you enjoy yourselves, and let's
it's time.
It's time. You guys ready?
Let's do it.
All right, here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
Hi everybody and welcome back. My name is JalBagel and I'm joined by Sarah Symmetry, and we're going to be introducing to you the Monster Hunter Rise speedrunning invitational tournament thing that has a really long name that even I forgot because I made it. Say hi to everyone, Sarah.
Hey everyone, I'm Sarah. I'm a Monster Hunter YouTube guy and streamer occasionally. I know a few things, allegedly. Some people may dispute that, but something.
He has been known to know things. So we're going to be introducing the tournament to you guys and talking a little bit about the rules.
Yep.
Let's jump right into it. Yeah. Let's jump right into it then. So teams of 2 will compete head-to-head in a best-of-3 matches in a double elimination bracket. The finals will be held in a best-of-5. That's going to make for a really interesting paradigm, especially when we start getting into more other rules about picks and bans, right, Sarah?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see a lot depending on, what the different teams choose to eliminate, what they choose to go for. For instance, we may actually see them try some sort of matchup combination of different elements or different weapons that might not work the first time around, and then they switch to something else that works. So, yeah, it's going to be really interesting seeing whether they're going to be doing it on the fly or if they've got a selection locked in, and how the bands are going to sort of shake it up a bit there. So I'm looking forward to that, definitely. I suppose we best go through what each round entails and the monsters we can expect to see. First of all is the first 3 monsters you'll be seeing. It's Arena 1, Kuliaku, everyone's favorite chicken. We love that guy, don't we, Jal?
Oh,
how do you feel about that guy when you do IRL speedruns of Rise? I'm sure he's lovely, isn't he?
He likes to back up a lot.
Oh, he does. Number 2 is going to be Baroth. Everybody's 3rd gen Brute Wyvern. Guy kicked my teeth in the first time I fought him. And then, of course, Challenge Quest 1, Titranodon, the big Kappa guy. So a couple of low to mid rank monsters we're looking at here. And then we'll move on to round 2, Jal.
Yeah, round 2, we're going to be seeing in Arena Quest 4, a Barioth, my favorite monster ever. But they get to deal with it, not me. In addition to that, we'll also have Challenge Quest 2, featuring a Zenogre. And lastly, Challenge Quest 3, featuring a Tigrex. And we're going to get really familiar with those 2 quests as well, because they're going to appear in the finals, too.
Yep, absolutely. So that'll be some of the selections here, but I'm going to be honest. It's the selection of monsters that we get in addition in the finals I'm looking most forward to. Not only do we have Zenogre, not only do we have Tigrex, but we also have the big boy Magnum Marlowe himself. Challenge Quest 4. That's going to be a lot of fun to see. Very, very scary monster there. And then something slightly a little more interesting. We've got Rachna Kadak as well. So I think, personally, the most interesting one is going to be the spider. There's a lot of different ways to approach it, but yeah, we're going to have to see. First time, of course, going to be picked by the winner of a coin toss, but then we add in the band. So, Bagel, you set this one up. You know more than me. Go ahead.
So, yeah, after the first hunt in a match is determined by a coin toss, you're going to obviously have a winner and a loser of that hunt. The winner is the person that had the faster time or completed it in the event of a failure. The winner of the previous hunt will ban one of the available quests each round. That leaves only a limited option of hunts to choose, which the loser will then choose. So with the winner banning and the loser choosing, it's going to leave an interesting paradigm of how competitors have to think about what quests they want available to themselves. Do you ban the things that you know you're bad at, or do you ban the quests that you know your competitors are good at? It's going to leave a lot of interesting selections here.
Yep. Definitely, and I think we're also going to be seeing potentially any holes that teams may have had in their practice. Of course, they've had some chance to get familiar with the quests, but if all they've been doing is Tigrex and that gets eliminated, what are they going to do for the other monsters? So it's very, very important that they diversify and practice, not only with the monsters, but with the weapons as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing where the strong points and weak points lie here. So with the arena quests themselves, now these in Rise are restricted to 1 cart, hence the reason why we didn't choose Rajang, which I think would have been very time consuming for everybody. But they're a single cart, and any challenge quest will be 3 cart, correct?
Correct.
So that is Kulu, Baroth, Barioth, and I think that's it, just those 3. Yep. Everything else is a challenge
those 3
quest.
arenas.
And let's be honest, if you get carted by a Kulu, we're probably going to have a bit of a laugh about it, aren't we? Only a little one, though.
Only a little one. But in the event that a team does fail a quest, the other team will still have the chance to complete it. If they complete that quest, it counts as a win for them, and the round proceeds as normal. However, if both teams fail a quest, then they have to try that hunt again.
Yep, yeah, that's right. So they'll try it all over again. Now, from there, we're going into the sort of subject of the eliminations. A few technical things here, but essentially what happens is if you lose, you are eliminated. Hence the name double elimination. It's rocket science, I know. But then in the finals, what will happen is we will have the winner of the lower bracket face off against the upper bracket finalist, and it's 2 best-of-5 matches. However, the lower bracket one needs to win twice, whereas the upper bracket needs to only win once. So they're going to be on the back foot a bit here, but we could see a very nice upset. You know, I'd love to see that. Doesn't everybody love the underdog? I think that's going to be really good to see.
Brilliant Cinderella story.
Yes.
What an amazing comeback. You know, someone that goes through the entire lower bracket to win it for everyone. So just remember, if your favorite team still loses out in the first round, they still have a chance in the lower bracket. Anything can happen here with these quests, anything at all. With that said, with all the rules, let's talk about our prizes, right? Everyone here, right, is going to be winning something. That's what I think is really cool. 3rd and 4th place are going to be leaving here with a choice of Rise sticker packs, 2 of them. After that, we are going to be providing a DLC pack to the 2nd place winner. And then finally, the grand prize is going to be the Sunbreak DLC itself. You know, and obviously these rewards or these prizes are doubled for both contestants, right? So, you know, each person will be leaving with something. That's what we're working with here, right? That's what they're playing for.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, let's be honest, we know Monster Expansion. That's a whole game right there. So exactly. I don't know, I'd be fighting tooth and nail to get that, save a little money for myself. But yeah, very, very excited to see. Going to be a lot of fun, going to see a lot of good combinations, and yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see who's the most coordinated that comes out with Sunbreak at the end of it. Speaking of which, we've got 4 teams that we're going to be running through for all of you today. I think Jal's going to give us a bit of an introduction, starting with, I've got Team Nowhere.
Yup. First up, in our team previews, we have Team Nowhere. This team is comprised of Shinuchi and Onion. These are 2 hunters that I'm not personally familiar with, but I can't wait to see them play out in this tournament today.
Yeah, definitely. No, like I said, a bit of an unfamiliar group for me too as well. So who knows? We talked about the underdog. We could have a bit of a sleeper pick here. Shinuchi mentioned being a jack of all weapons, so jack of all trades in weapons.
Yeah.
Now, that's one thing I do want to focus on, and I think is very important, is, of course, everybody has their favorite weapon, everybody's got their main, everybody's got monsters they like and dislike. So having a lot of versatility is going to be very useful. So Shinuchi right out of the gate seems to be a very, very good asset to have on the team.
Yeah, absolutely.
Onion, coming in with being a fan of dual blades. We've got a couple of dual blades in the selection of the quests, and you know, potentially expertise in that. I don't see too many dual blades runners myself, so that will be quite a thing to see.
Yeah, I believe in one of the armor sets, we do have a set of dual blades that both has thunder and paralysis.
Oh,
so
yes.
I would love to see that come out, right? Bow itself being kind of a weapon that presents a lot of utility and a lot of control and CC in that way, but dual blades having a paralysis, that's gonna be a fun one.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure we'll get into that more when we get into the quest, but one thing that is worth looking at is CC itself, KO, paralysis, perhaps sleep. These are all going to be things that I think Hunters are going to need to their absolute extreme. And we'll see a lot of time saves if those can be used effectively. Next up on our next team, we have Vitamin CK, Nifty Gang I've got written here. We've got a 2-namer, Jal.
Yeah, we got a 2-namer, kaeyay and Citrusine, bringing in the hurt. I am really looking forward to seeing both of these people play, right? Especially both of them being IG mains, or at least liking IG, right? It's going to be super cool. I love seeing 2 IG players just flipping around, flying around on the screen constantly, synchronized DTs. It's going to be so cool to watch.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And it's, of course, with all the aerial changes that Insect Glaive has gotten in Rise, we're just going to see, you know, the Mosquito cosplay flying over in a lovely arc around the monster. Citrusine as well has mentioned that their favorite monster is Barath. And Barath, of course, as we mentioned, is one of the guys showing up on the list today. So maybe their love or expertise of Barath could come in handy here.
Absolutely.
Helps to know your enemy, I think.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right. Next up on the list.
Take this one.
I want to so badly. You know I'm a little biased here. Next up on the list, Skull Raiders. We've got ForestRaider and Skoy Skull. You guys know me. You guys know Skoy Skull and ForestRaider. You guys, I am really happy that they agreed to do this too, right? Because I get to now finally push them into IL speedrunning.
So close. So close.
I've done it. I've done it to them. So it's going to be really cool to see more Insect Glaive and Dual Blade users here. And what's going to be really funny is, and really fun is the fact that those weapons don't always appear in all of these quests, right?
Yeah,
so it's going to be interesting to see what they adjust with.
Yeah,
Exactly.
definitely. Get them out there. And, you know, if only you and Skoy potentially had some sort of production that you did together, this might be a good chance to mention it. Who knows? Maybe in another universe. I can't think. No. Can you? No.
Something that we do? I don't even remember.
I don't know. Brunch?
Brunch. Yeah.
Just
Video
brunch. Yeah. And finally, wow, we've gotten through those teams nice and quickly. Finally, we've got the GCU, Preast and Princess. I love that. Those two together. It sounds like a Nightwish album. Preast and Princess. Preast being an OG starting out in Monster Hunter 1. Same. Love to hear it. Seems to be specializing in a lot of different weapons. We've got Charge Blade, Sword and Shield, Great Sword, Bow, all of which are showing up in the selections today. And then Princess, of course, another Insect Glaive player. We are going to be seeing a lot of aerial attacks at Jal.
Oh yeah, a lot of aerial attacks. I know, though, a Princess was saying to me that she actually prefers Hunting Horn more than the Insect Glaive, so we're going to see a lot of Dootin coming out too. During their practices, I was watching Princess play a lot of Hunting Horn, and so I'm curious to see if she actually got a hang of Beat of Residence, because we see that come up in a lot of sets throughout this competition.
Yeah, but and definitely a bit of a non-standard choice of Silkbind for Hunting Horn from typical ones you see. So it'd be very good to see that used where you might often not.
Yep, definitely. Well, that leaves it for all of our teams. I think we're ready to get the first match started. So we're going to go ahead and throw it over to the setup and get ready to show you match number 1 between the GCU and Skull Raiders. Stay tuned, everybody.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. Sorry about my PNG. I'm a little cat palico here right now. My name is kaeyay. I'll be one of your commentators, joined with.
And my name is Lumini. I'm the other commentator. Normally, I do a bunch of IL speedruns, so on an average day, I'm typically in my corner of the world, just minding my own business. But I'm happy to be here today to watch these awesome people play.
Dude, that's good. He actually gave an introduction. I didn't even say who I was, but I'm a YouTuber mainly for Monster Hunter, so I like to make tutorials and stuff. So yeah, we're both glad to be here today and be able to commentate this. I'm very excited, honestly. Like even for round one, I know there's smaller monsters. They're the Kulu and the Baroth and Tetranodon, just very simple monsters, I think, for most veteran hunters. But I'm still very excited to see how the teams fare.
Me too. Me personally, I prefer running the smaller monsters, so I'm actually very excited to see how they end up handling these monsters, especially if they end up choosing monsters like Kulu-Yaku or Tetranodon, since I do have quite a bit of experience with those guys. So I'm just ready to see what they have up their sleeves. And yeah, I just wonder, will they get the forbidden Kulu dunks, or will they possibly purposely get eaten by Tetranodon? I don't know. We'll just have to see.
Oh man, it's gonna be really funny to see. Like, I think all the hunters here have had like great experience with like all of these monsters, but you know, like as you play Monster Hunter, you tend to like fight the bigger monsters over and over again. You don't go back to the smaller monsters. So like I could expect we actually might even see a card here. Like if some teams haven't been practicing or on prep, like you might see a card in the early rounds, which is gonna be very funny, but at the same time, like it's gonna be pretty stressful for the runners themselves, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. My prediction, at least, is that no one's gonna cart to Kulu. Baroth might come close if he ends up stunning somebody, but I think the biggest chance of somebody carting is definitely gonna have to be Tetranodon.
Oh yeah, that's honestly, in my opinion, the one monster I have not faced is Tetranodon at all. Like I hunted him a couple times and then I was like, nope, I'm good.
I would have to say that out of all the HR4 monsters, Tetranodon is definitely the king of them all. If they just buffed his HP a little bit, he would easily be an HR5 or 6 monster.
Oh. All right, let's go and take a look at the teams. I guess I think we're ready to at least take a look.
Ready to look at the teams.
Nice. So we've got the GCU on the left here, guys, and we've got the Skull Raiders on the right. I'm gonna mix up names, honestly, but GCU is nice and easy. I like that. Thank you guys for picking a name that like I can say pretty easily. All right, so we've got Prince and Priest here, looking at them. All right, so we're gonna do a coin toss in just a little bit here, and we've got Skoy and ForestRaider are cheering for us. Go, guys, give us some emotes. Yeah. Give us some emotes.
Seems like both of these teams are absolutely ready.
I will say. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I forgot to bring my coins today. So give me 1 second.
All right. I will say, like, everyone seemed pretty cheered and excited this morning, and I think all of us are just really excited to see where this can go. This is the first iteration, guys, of this like kind of like tourney style thing, and again, big shout outs to Bagel and Nightside for putting it together. But I am very excited to see how this goes.
Oh, dude, trust me, I am absolutely stoked. Okay, so heads or tails, right?
Sounds good. Are we showing that?
All right, so if it goes to heads, we'll go to Team GCU for their first pick. If it's tails, then it'll be Team Skull Raiders for their first pick. So here we go. And it is heads. So GCU gets their first pick for their quest.
All right, we're starting with GCU. Let's go.
We're gonna pick Kulu. Arena Quest 1.
Kulu it is. All right, so we're gonna get both teams set up here. You guys just get ready and prepped. Pick your weapons, and then we'll be ready and set to go. And I think both teams can go and like wait to pick with their weapons, I guess, or should we just wait? Well, it looks like they're.
I think there's enough time in the wait screen for them to be able to at least wait a little bit, because
Yeah, exactly.
it should give you at least 3 minutes to make your decision.
Mm-hmm. Kulu though, that's gonna be a fun one. Everyone loves the chicken. And so the weapons that we have here, chat, if you guys haven't played Arena 1, I think most people have, but if you haven't, there's Gunlance, Hunting Horn, we've got Longsword, Switch Axe, and Light Bowgun. Definitely a variety. Again, a reminder in these arena quests and stuff, you can't change like the decos or the setup, you can't change the silk bind, so whatever they give you is what you've got to work with.
Now, the neat thing about Arena 1 is that it is the most simple out of all of them. I mean, besides Kulu itself being a very simple monster, there is no diversity in the actual sets themselves, since they all use Kimura armor and they only give you potions and rations as your as your items.
Exactly. That's actually a really like even fair playing field then for everyone. I like that.
Oh yeah. And of course, with the exception of Light Bowgun, you gotta give them their ammo.
They've got to bring that. No, just melee only. You can melee with the Light Bow, can you? I'm not a bowgun user at all, really. It's like,
You can melee with Light Bowgun, and little fun fact for those of y'all who don't do the full game speedruns, but generally if you're using Light Bowgun at the very beginning, sometimes you'll actually end up be meleeing the monster on purpose to try and get a KO for those CC chains.
oh, that's something I didn't know. Look at that. I'm gonna throw this out to chat, guys, as well. What weapons would you pick for this out of the options that we have here?
Me personally, I would choose Hunting Horn or Gunlance just because they have the easiest times getting around the rock.
Oh, that's actually a really good point too. Yeah, so you're gonna have to think about the rock. I think Gunlance would be a very fair choice as well.
And I can definitely tell you that from what I have seen on other various leaderboards, Gunlance is by far the fastest weapon out there that I have seen. Big emphasis on that. Especially due to its much higher raw, its flat shelling bonuses, and just that ability to bypass the rock, which is so important.
Yeah, definitely getting around that rock is gonna be the big thing. Like, we all know that LS is pretty broken, but in this, I think they don't even have quick sheath, if I'm correct on that one. There's no quick sheath. So it's something to keep in mind if they do pull the LS up. All right. Well, I think both teams are looking good here. They're all set up, so I guess we can get ready, shift over to them. I think we're ready to begin the first round, chat. Let's get some hype in the chat.
Let's go. All right, you want to call go?
Am I call it? We can. Okay, so they're starting. There we go. There we go. I wasn't sure if we were calling that or not. We've got one team. I'm not seeing a start on the other team here. GCU might not be taking a look at their chat right now, but we've got Liz and the Skull Raiders going in. Skull and ForestRaider going in.
Seems that Skull has decided to choose Longsword and Gunlance combination, which is very interesting because, in my opinion, while Longsword does get the advantage with all the counters, the only thing that you got to worry about is how fickle is Kulu actually going to be. So it's really going to be up to Forest to be able to Gunlance the rocks off of them.
Quite honestly, that is the main thing. If they can get that break, Longsword becomes very easy to use then, and you can, oh, there, the rock just dropped right off on the Kulu, so we're clear on that. So that gives Skoy right now the advantage right now. He needs to get his Helm Breakers off on the head as much as possible before that rock gets dug up again.
I will say for sure, though, that it's very important to know whether or not the Kulu actually has the rock broken or if he just drops the rock, because if it actually breaks in his hand, then you get a free window for damage until he staggers. However, if he ends up dropping it, he'll just begin attacking at you like it's normal.
Indeed. All right, we got GCU moving in. They're doing a double hunting horn combo. I gotta say,
Look, GCU.
that is something here.
Now, if there's
This one.
one thing that I really love about Hunting Horn in this format is that you technically have 3 forms of CC. The first one comes from Sonic Waves, because if Sonic Waves actually goes off on a small monster like Kulu, I believe specifically because it's a bird wyvern, they actually take a small little thing of stun. And then, of course, then you have your KOs, and then you can also finish it up with your Wyvern Rides as well.
That's good. And we just saw the Wyvern Rise right there. They got the knock on that. They're getting bammed back on the head. Man, Preast and Princess are really putting the horn to this Kulu right here.
The great thing, I'm actually really happy that they chose Horn, because out of all the weapons that I've personally done for this quest, and in fact, there's the little stun from the Sonic Waves, and give them a nice little opportunity to get another Earthshaker in with another KO.
Oh
They're
my
easily
lord.
going to finish this up very soon.
All right, Skull Raiders has finished though. They're done there. We'll have to take a look at their times here, because they did start. Yeah, GCU had a little bit of a late start here, so we're gonna have to look at it. 142 for GCU. I missed the time on the Skull Raiders, but we'll have to see which one. 222. All right, so we got GCU pushing there with the time. Much faster efficiency with the double hunting horn.
I think it all comes down to how you end up reacting to the beginning, because at the very start, no matter what, Kulu's first option is always going to be to pick up the rock after he taunts. So your first couple actions matter significantly.
Exactly. Very, very true. All right, so yeah, so with that, GCU is up 1 right now, so they are going to be able to pick now, I believe, and they're going to eliminate. They get to pick which quest they're going to eliminate now, right? So again, it comes down to like whether they want to pick something that they're good at, or they want to get rid of something that they're bad at, or they want to get rid of something that the other team is possibly good at.
The big question is, would you be willing to do the same quest twice?
I honestly would love to. Honestly, if that's an option, because I think it is. So like, I would definitely do it. They had really good efficiency there. They know that it works.
Oh, for sure. But at the same time, you don't want your opponents to get too familiar with the monster that you're working on, because sometimes you just need that first warm-up match, especially to help you get all the jitters out. So who knows? Maybe the same monster twice might actually end up backfiring if you choose it.
Yeah, the jitters are going to be there. That's also something that like we should note, that there is a lower bracket in this double elimination style tournament, and I think that's the cool thing. Like, a lot of people have nerves, right? Like early on, first couple of hunts, they might not go well, they might go well. You never know, right? It's just, the nerves are there, and I think that's what's really cool about having the lower bracket. That like, maybe you're nervous, you get it out during that first couple of like hunts, and if you mess up, right, you still have a chance to come back from the lower bracket.
Hell yeah, and who doesn't love that story where, yeah, sure, you lose it out in the first round, but you're able to redeem yourself.
The underdog story, always a heart feeler.
But at the same time...
Sorry, go ahead.
But at the same time, you just kind of can't help but to just see your favorite team win, and if they end up going through all these rounds with a victory, then secretly you're like, hell yeah. But who doesn't like a little suspense?
Indeed. It looks like we're picking a Tetranodon next. I've got one quest up here, so we get to see the big toad in action.
Oh boy.
Big Kappa.
I'm actually pretty excited for the Tetranodon quest. Now, me personally, I hate Tetranodon, as hilarious as that sounds, because I actually have quite a handful of speedruns under him. Because I've at least done the IL speedrun on him with Switch Axe, Hunting Horn, Gun Lance, and Dual Blades.
Nice.
But I gotta say, I just hate it.
Good to know. All right, so I think they're ready though. So we're gonna get GCU to ban a quest right now, and then Skull Raiders are going to pick the next one. So how about all that? All right.
We will be banning challenge 1 to Trinodon.
Oh,
challenge.
you'll be banning challenge 1? Okay.
All right. So then Skull Raiders, please pick your next quest.
We'll be choosing Barath.
Baroth has been decided.
Everyone's
All right.
favorite mud puppy.
Oh yeah. All right. I'm excited for this. This is gonna be very interesting to see. Baroth is a tough one because, like, you gotta remember these are low rank weapons. You got like green, maybe even yellow sharpness on a couple of them. A reminder, chat, for you guys: the weapon choices that we have here: hammer, sword and shield, lance, insect glaive, and heavy bowgun. So a couple of options here, but you gotta remember again, low rank weapons. And Baroth's got that tough muddy skin. There's going to be a lot of bounces, very small hitboxes that these competitors are going to have to aim for.
But the very fun thing about Arena 2 with Baroth is that this is where the game finally decides, all right, everyone was using the same stuff last time, let's switch it up now. So every single weapon has their own different armor sets as well as their own item sets as well, which is going to be very, very important for their quest.
Yes. And the silkbinds as well. Like the silkbind weapons they start to vary up a little bit here too. It's not the default ones anymore. So we're gonna see which weapons and what matchups we're gonna do. Like what would you pick, Lumini? What would you pick as a combination?
As a combination, that's a good question. Well, for sure, I would have to say probably hammer and heavy bowgun. And my reasoning for that is that if you choose hammer, you can go Unga Boonga with the damage with Impact Crater. And then for choosing heavy bowgun is able to provide the CC, the forms of stickies.
Stickies. I don't know. I don't actually remember if they have a lot of stickies options still in this one. I know they have poison shots. There might, because again, they might not have all the ammo that you usually have or can prepare in a regular hunt. So that'll be an interesting choice to see.
That is true.
I think both teams are ready, so we're going to swap it over to them. Let's take a look. Let's get this show on the road.
I am excited to see what they have in store. Seems like that Team Skull Raiders has opted for both insect glaives, while Team GCU, I didn't get a good look at that, but
I got the insect glaive and the heavy bowgun here, so bringing the CC there. You're right. Yeah, they do have a couple of sticky almost saves, correct? Starting strong GC with the stickies right on the head, just putting them all on the head. Look at that. They're going for that initial knock. Now this.
Oh no, you go ahead first.
I was just gonna comment on Skull Raiders as well, because the double insect glaive as well. That's an interesting choice. Again, they're gonna bounce. They only have green, very little green sharpness, a little bit of yellow, but they're gonna bounce in a lot of spots. So they've got to really focus and make sure that they hit their target.
See, I think the big thing about Insect Glaive is that because it is on the weaker side in terms of just pure raw damage, it does rely a lot more on its elemental properties. And so I could just see them doing, in fact, there they go with a little bit of the aerial maneuvers, but they still have to be at least somewhat careful so that they don't get knocked out of the skies.
Exactly. And it is a fire element, so as you're right, they're going to be relying on that element. The good thing with the fire is if they aim for that tail, and it looks like we've got Skull on the screen here, he's focusing on that tail. If you can burn off that mud layer, that tail becomes a critical hitbox as well. So it seems like that's what they're going for here.
Yeah, especially since Insect Glaive ends up swinging so widely and wildly, it's extremely hard to hit those tiny arm hit zones. So the tail ends up being your best bet.
Exactly. We're gonna switch it over to GCU as well. They're going strong. They've got like poison on the monster as well. They've got the heavy bow guns really putting as much CC as they can. He's using slicing ammo in there too, which is a very interesting choice.
Now, the nice thing about the slicing ammo is that if he is able to aim it very well on those tiny arms, he won't have to worry too much about it. However, if he can't aim for those tiny arms, then he's going to have to settle for the tail.
I think so. He is going back and forth between them. Good plays.
Not only that, but
That's Princess actually we've got.
No,
we've got Priest on the screen.
Support.
Oh, look at that. And then Princess can just go straight in. That actually works out really well then with the Insect Glaive just up there and personal with the barrel.
Now I see that Skull Raiders is also taking the time to sharpen.
Yeah, that's the one thing you really got to worry about. And you got to think about that too. Like, is it worth getting up? Oh, they got the fire ride knock actually. Sorry. That's definitely helpful for them. We've got the blue weak symbol on GCU's side though. They're pushing. They're pushing
Hard. Seems like that there are. Oh, Priest got out his rapid machine gun ammo, trying to aim for the tail as often as possible. It is not covered with mud, so it's going to be taking nice juicy damage. Unfortunately, Princess ends up getting knocked out of the sky due to that roar. Now that's the biggest tricky part about Baroth, in my opinion, is that the roar comes out so quickly that it is very hard to react to it, even when you know it's coming.
All right, we got a good counter though with the heavy bowgun. That really put instantly into that knock. We got the Wyvern Ride going off. Princess is taking it all the way to the wall, just a little bit far for the heavy bowgun there.
Yep, Priest is going to have to make up the distance a little bit. And tail is now chopped off, and bam!
Let's go. There it is, the finish. 343.
Meanwhile, Team Skull Raiders is still flying in the skies. However, their Baroth is in the blue, so it's going to be any moment now. Unfortunately, Baroth is pretty problematic. And yep, there you go. Like I said, like I predicted, only way a cart is coming out from Baroth is if somebody gets stunned, and that is exactly what happened.
That is right there. We just saw it. Ouch. That is an unfortunate stunt too. He was in the air too when it came out, so that just was the big tricky part with Insect Glaive. Being in the air, as much fun as it is, it's rough to be in the air at certain times, especially that late on. But with that, we have seen GCU winning two rounds.
Yeah.
That's it for them.
Congratulations to GCU.
All right, so with that, Skull and ForestRaider, they're going down to the lower bracket now, right? So we will see them again. Don't worry about it, chat. If they were the team you were rooting for, they are not out. We will see them again, and maybe we'll get the underdog story that we want.
And
they've got some time.
They'll have the redemption arc.
They've got some time now to kind of like, maybe they got some nerves that they just gotta like brush off. That's what I would do in this situation, honestly. Like I would just brush it off, you know, maybe even take a little bit of time to practice, because now they just get to watch the competitors. They can chill, they can relax. Maybe if they want to rethink what they're gonna do, that they've got all the time right now. All right, so let's take a look at the tournament bracket just for anyone that may be watching without audio, you know. So there it is. So GCU is moving on to the next round here, and we've got Skull Raiders being pushed into the lower bracket, but they can come back.
But now we're gonna have Vitamin CK Nifty Gang going up against Team Nowhere.
That is the longest name I have ever seen for a team name.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, the first time I saw the name Vitamin CK Nifty Gang, I'm like, wait, this is right? That's a neat name. That's pretty nifty.
Nifty indeed. All right, so I know a lot of these players are also like, we have Shin, I think, on team. I already forgot their name. See, I'm really bad with team names. I gotta say, Team Nowhere. There we go. But yeah, they've got Shin, who's got he's very diverse. He's jack of all trades is what he registered himself as, right? So we're gonna see probably really interesting matchup here. He's probably going to be proficient with all of them. But I know Citrus and kaeyay, two of my favorite people as well, so I'm not biased at all. But they love Insect Glaive, and they main Insect Glaives like I do, and it's going to be a really interesting option to see like what they choose for the weapons here.
I'm just excited to see how well they're able to just pull out their weapons, especially with anyone who self-proclaims as a jack of all trades. I love to see what you have under your hood, just because I enjoy seeing the different ways that you end up approaching a weapon. Just because, yeah, while you might not necessarily main a particular weapon, what ends up becoming your main strength is your monster knowledge.
Yes.
And that is something that I'd say carries people who are jack of all trades more than anything. Because you are switching from weapon to weapon, sure, you might not have the super in-depth mastery that you would have if you were somebody, let's just say, at the top of my head, Fox Invictus for Switch X. But it's all about that monster knowledge at the end of the day, and how you can just maximize every single little advantage you have.
Exactly. Not being hit as well, great advantage, you know? You don't have to take time to heal, you don't have to worry about that. You just keep finding your positions, even if you don't know the weapon well. You have your positions, and you have a little bit of space then to figure it out.
Oh, you know it.
All right, I think we're good to move on here.
We are ready.
All right, so we're gonna switch it up now, guys. We'll take a short break here. We're gonna throw it on setup. I think we're gonna go to do an interview after this, and then we'll be back for the next round. Sounds good.
All right, see y'all guys soon.
Alrighty, welcome everybody. First matches, insane stuff to see. So right off the bat, how are you two feeling right now?
Oh.
Hyped. Nervous and hyped.
We were so nervous and we're so excited that we were able to pull through. We practiced the day on stream, and then we practiced a little bit of off stream, and we're just like, man, we just hope that we can at least
We can at least get through the first round.
Yeah, at least a little bit. And then we just came through, and we actually just shaved 11 seconds off of our personal best for Kula Yaku. So like that was the best possible run that we've had.
That's holy shoots. That's insane. So I mean, right off the bat, I have to ask, double hunting horn on a Kulu. I don't think anybody was expecting that. So kind of give a little bit of insight on that. Like, what made you choose those two weapons?
Well, I really only play Charge Blade and Bow a lot in Rise, at least, and so those are the weapons I know a lot, and they didn't have those. So I was looking back and forth throughout the weapons, and our chat loves to make us play Hunting Horn all the time. So like, I was like, well, I guess we'll just try Hunting Horn, and so I had to get good with it and figure out a strat, and then me and Princess came together. She's actually been playing Hunting Horn the majority of the time she's been playing Rise.
Yeah, Hunting Horn's definitely been my main weapon since Rise came out.
We just developed a strat and ran with it and said, come what may.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed to work, and like you said, you were able to shave off some time, so.
Then wireless skills definitely are strong through.
Definitely. And now round 2 with what kind of made you choose that ban to want to ban off Tetradon?
So we really wanted to make sure that we practiced the first round monsters the most, because we didn't want to like sit there and practice Magnum Lava the entire time and then get kicked out of the first round. So it's kind of counterintuitive. So in all of our practice, we shaved about 45 seconds off of Bareth, which we actually was about 15 to 17 seconds over our personal best. So that was not our best run by any shot with Bareth. But Tetranodon, we could only get about 10 to 15 seconds inside of S rank, and so he was the one that we were least consistent with and had the least, I guess, like practice with, really.
Yeah.
So we did. So even if our opponents were going to be really good at Bareth, we thought we're also pretty good at Bareth, and so maybe it'll just have to be laid on the table and come what may. But we're not going to risk it with Tetranodon, because if they're good with Tetranodon and we're not, it's just going to give them a point. We don't want to do that, of course.
Definitely. Yeah, no, so you definitely decided to choose, hey, let's look out for what we know was good, instead of trying to choose something that they were possibly going to be really good at, right? That's kind of what you got there. Nice.
Just try to focus on what makes the best possible outcome for us, and if it just happens to make the best possible outcome for them too, then so be it. That's how the game is. It's all friendly competition. But
definitely.
Yeah.
And so with the Barroth, I did notice that Princess's health was getting a little bit low there. So what was going on there? What was your guys's? I know you guys were talking to each other. So what was going on there? Like, can you give us some insight on that?
We were actually about to fail that quest, and I didn't know it. I got a terrible start with my machine gun fire thing, and so I didn't hit that at all. We got a terrible start, and then Princess in the middle of the fight calls out like, "Oh my God, I'm almost dead! I'm almost dead! I'm almost dead!"
I missed.
So that's when you see me swap to recovery ammo immediately and just start wildfire. Like I was just shooting left and right. I wasn't even aiming. I was like, "Please don't die."
Well, good thing those went through, right?
Exactly.
Oh my
She got a
goodness.
little bit of health back, and I was like, okay, let me go back to damage. And then we started seeing the blue symbol come up just after that, and I was like, okay, let's just push it, just ignore everything, don't sharpen.
I mean, it seemed like it worked, because you made sure Princess was alive and you were able to get that pretty quick clear. So what are your hopes for the next round, going into the next rounds here?
Well, our overall hope for the tournament, because our content, we're kind of known as like the goofy Monster Hunter streamers, and we definitely have a lot of fun on our channel and stuff, but we want to show everybody that we can actually play a little bit.
We can get serious when we
So our overall hope is that we can at least pull S rank on everything, but of course, coming into the next round, I don't know, I just want to have some fun, honestly. I think that's what I want to do. This has already been fun so far. We've already made it pretty far, so.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, congratulations to you too. You guys did an awesome job, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of the action, maybe some more double weapon choices in the future. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, and we'll go ahead and pass it back over to Sky and Lumini.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome back, ladies. That was a great interview. Thank you to our host, DJ Johnny, for interviewing the teams. We've got the next pair of duos up here with us. We've got Team Vitamin CK and Team Nowhere.
Now, I am definitely very excited for this one. I mean, like I've said before, I come from a corner in my world, so I'm seeing all these hunters hunt for the first time, even though I'm pretty sure everyone else has seen them hunt over and over again. But for me, since it's all fresh for me, I enjoy being surprised by every step of the way so far.
Oh yeah, I think we'll definitely see some surprise again. So a reminder to chat and everyone, guys. Again, same rules, the same quests that we're gonna have the 3 options: Kulu, Barath, and Tetrandon. We're still in round 1 here. So let's do the coin toss and see which quest gets picked.
All right. Give me 1 second, one more time. I guess I accidentally got rid of my coin toss.
Not the coin.
Yep. All right, so heads, Team Nowhere; tails, Team Vitamin CK, Nifty Gang. Can't omit the Nifty Gang part.
My bad.
All right, so it is heads. So it is Team Nowhere's choice.
All right, pick your first quest. Nifty Gang, you can just tell us.
Oh, is it our pick?
No, Oh, wait, no, it's Team Nowhere. It's Team Nowhere. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean,
At the ends got me confused. Team Nowhere, give us your choice. Apologies.
Kulu Yaku.
All right,
Cool, it is.
Going with the good old beat 'em up herd, our good warm up, Kuyaku.
All right, some more chicken coming through.
Okay.
That's good. I like the chicken. As you said before, it's definitely kind of like fair, even playing ground for everyone to kind of start off with. It's the only time in this entire tournament that they're going to have this choice and this option, so it really comes down to just pure skill.
Oh, for sure. Pure skill and occasionally a little bit of luck. Depends on whether you get what I like to call the forbidden Kulu dunk. And in which case, the forbidden Kulu dunk is when you manage to break Kulu's rock. And while he is in the air, being all shocked from the fact that you broke his rock, you damage him again to hopefully get that stagger and you dunk him right there.
Very good point. Very good point. I don't think we actually saw a rock break from the first two teams at all, actually. So that'll be interesting to know.
Yeah, the most that I have seen is managed to knock the rock out of Kulu's hand, which unfortunately Kulu gets to move as soon as he is able to, as opposed to the actual rock break, where Kulu ends up just being flabbergasted.
Mm-hmm.
You just can't believe his mind what had just happened.
I wonder if we're gonna see like another like nice mix-up, like what we did before. Like a lot of teams, honestly, and I think most hunters in general, you don't pick the same weapons. That was a very big surprise from the first teams that we saw. That the double hunting horn was not something that's regular.
I mean, how often do you get two people wield the same weapon with such efficiency?
Mm-hmm. Well, it looks like we got Team No, we're picking at least one gun lance. I can't see the other option. Oh no, there.
That looks like light bow gun. Oh no, wait, that's the question mark. My bad.
Yeah, it's too quiet. They haven't picked yet. That's why, right? So it might be two gun lances. We'll see. The other team's got a gun lance and potentially something else. I think we're still picking here. I think teams are ready in just a moment here, so we'll jump right in. We're good to go.
Yeah, I am ready as soon as they are.
Looks like we're going gun lances.
Gun lance and hunting horn for Team Nowhere, and then for Team Vitamin CK. Well,
same pairing.
On their stream to upload. Oh, same pairing?
I think it's the same pairing. So we have gun lance and hunting horn.
Hunting horn versus gun lance and hunting horn.
That hunting horn is a big favorite here. All right, so teams are jumping in. Let's see what happens again. Again, it's good. It's the good options, right? Being able to KO and then getting those gun lance shells in to just bypass everything.
Oh, you know it. In fact, Kulu just never even had the proper chance to pick up a rock, it seems like. Especially with the way that they were able to engage at the very start. But now,
good use.
It seems like for both teams, Kulu is now deciding to pick up that rock.
Well, we got Team Nowhere already getting the Wyvern right, actually. Yep, we got the Wyvern right going. They're gonna get that knock, that's perfect. And the team's not wasting any time getting those gun lance shots on the head. There we go, straight knock, and they're just gonna go straight for the head now. Look at that. Look at all the 10s. I love gun lance just because it's so satisfying to see all the shots come off. Oh, absolutely magnificent.
Agree.
I know you really love the slap lance, right?
Yeah, me personally, I'm more of a slap lance kind of guy, so I prefer just slapping the crap out of the monster. But you know what? I can also appreciate a little bit of explosiveness every once in a while.
Mm-hmm. Just look at this though. We've already got the blue symbol. This team is wrapping up. Nowhere's going. We've got
going crazy.
Mm-hmm. Vitamin C's got a little bit of a struggle here. They haven't got too many knocks here, and the Kulu's just like hammering at them a little bit. They're kind of pinned in a corner too. I'm not sure if that's a tactical choice here, or they just like ended up in this little corner.
But it seems like Team Nowhere is done. I did not get the chance to see their time, but we will see in just a second. But it seems that Vitamin CK is finally now in the blue for their Kulu.
Indeed, they did get the rock break, so they got that little stagger there. But what a cleanup by Team Nowhere. Very efficient.
Now, the one thing to watch out for Kulu is that if you don't lock him down, he will lock you down.
Mm-hmm.
So being able to get your lockdowns is essential for this guy.
All right, the time 139 for Team Nowhere.
Wow.
What?
Congratulations.
Wow. Look at that.
And now Vitamin CK is finishing up, and now their Kulu is complete with a 221. Not bad, not bad.
There we go. I think 139 was the fastest Kulu we've seen actually today.
Who knows if it will get even faster.
Yeah, it really might. The lower bracket definitely has a chance to, kind of redo. They have a second chance to try again, so it might even get even faster. We'll see for sure. But good win. Strong win by Team Nowhere. Let's go. So with that, Team Nowhere is going to get to pick now, chat, which quest to ban. And then we're going to have Team Vitamin C pick the next hunt. I think GCU really set the road, the hunting horn. I wonder if that was like a chosen preset for these teams, or did they last minute change and were like, we got to pull the hunting horn. That's just huge.
Who knows? But I can say for sure that from experience, and again, for me looking at the leaderboards, Gunlance and Hunting Horn are definitely amongst the fastest at this Kulu quest.
That makes sense. That definitely does. The Hunting Horn is something I need to play more of too. Hunting Horn just like, it's a very great weapon to support, but in Rise, they really push for it to have much more stronger offensive capabilities, if I'm not mistaken. That's something that like always piqued my interest, but I've just never given it a shot.
I think you really should give it a shot. I mean, after all, who doesn't love being the life of the party by not just supporting your teammates in battle with nice little buffs, but also by supporting the team by killing the monster?
Exactly. All right, we got the teams in here with us, so let's get a word on the ban.
All right, so Team Nowhere, who are we banning today?
I think we're gonna go with we're gonna ban Vera.
Yep, Era.
No Mud Puppy. Okay. All right, so Vitamin CK, it is now. Or my bad, Vitamin CK Nifty Gang, it is now your pick.
In that case, I think we're gonna pick the good boy Tetranodon. We haven't seen him yet.
Let's go. Okay.
All right, he's doing it for the content. He's doing it for the chat. Let's go. We're gonna see a Kappa here. I'm not gonna lie. I think Vitamin C wasn't expecting that, man. They sounded a little bit nervous there.
Well, hopefully the Tetranodon pick, even if they weren't prepared for it, I think a big thing to bank on is if your opponents aren't prepared for it either.
That's also true.
I mean, after all, we're dealing with the king of HR4 now.
The king. I love it. Oh, man. I remember his Insect, so I play a lot of Insect Glaive, but I remember his Insect Glaive just being the biggest, chunkiest thing. I'm like, how does my Hunter even swing with this thing? Well, that's the one thing about Monster Hunter in general. Just when I look at some of the weapons, I'm like, man, what is your workout routine? I need to know, because how the heck do you pick these weapons up?
Then again, these guys are probably training from birth. Now, obviously, I don't do that. I'm lucky enough if I just lift a gallon of milk every day.
Oh boy. After COVID hit and stuff, and I think it's something a lot of people can relate to, just staying fit, staying in shape, and just keeping up with your exercise, that took some discipline, man. I lost that. For me personally, I lost that. COVID hit and I was indoors and I was like, I'm just gonna sit and chill, man.
All right, so both teams are ready. So let's see now. From what I could tell, on Vitamin CK's side, we at least have Insect Glaive, and then on Team Nowhere's side, we do have the Hammer coming out.
Ooh,
now,
Hammer.
These are very, very nice picks. Now, the big thing to remember is that with the challenge quests, we also have the different item loadouts too. It's not just the armor. Unless I am mistaken. Nope.
I don't.
We do have different item loadouts. So if they're going with the Insect Glaive, they do have access to the Pitfall Trap, which is going to be very nice for helping to keep.
Oh, that's going to be very helpful. Yes.
And then of course, Hammer. It's a hammer. You got to KO. What else are you gonna do?
Do we have double Insect Glaive here? I can't see the other weapon at the moment, I think. Dual Blades, maybe? Yeah, it's Dual Blades.
Yeah, that is Dual Blades.
That's an interesting choice.
Now, the thing that I find very nice about the Dual Blades pick is that it is all DPS. Out of all the sets that you can have for this particular quest, Dual Blades is just going to be 100% damage. Its entire gear is just set on maximizing its damage. So as a result, you don't get any of the nice items. Insect Glaive, on the other hand, not only do you get the Pitfall Trap, but you also get the bonus of your Kinsect having paralysis. In fact,
We're just seeing that now, actually. So yeah, the Insect Glaive has got that paralysis, and they got the Wyvern right because of that. The hammer is doing its job though for Team Nowhere right now. We're getting those KOs. Tetranodon's not really moving around. He's smacked.
Yeah, he's getting in those impact craters. Oh, you got swallowed. Now,
Oh, he got swallowed.
If that was on purpose or if that was an accident. But we're about to see, because now Tetranodon for Team Nowhere has inflated up, which thankfully will definitely give them a nice window of opportunity once they manage to reach that damage threshold.
Just now, looking at Vitamin C K here as well. Like, the interesting thing, K is really taking advantage of the fact that like the Insect Glaive in this one comes with Tetraseal. Now, Tetraseal is a very interesting silk vine here that you use. It's very locking, animation lock. It's got long animation lock, but KA is like going around that. He's just doing the aerial. He's doing as much aerial damage as he can right now. He's really getting around that hinder right there and still keeping with his favorite weapon.
Oh yeah. So now we can see on Team Nowhere side, they do have the KO active. They actually have the blue skull already.
That KO might be clutched on there.
While he's recovering. In fact,
oh,
yeah,
nope, there it is.
There's the Tetranodon.
There's the finish. We'll get their time in just a second here.
Now, Vitamin CK, they are also in the blue as well. They are putting up such a ferocious fight, and now Tetranodon has toppled over from his fatness.
So I think they missed the part that you were talking about. They might not have looked through their loadouts there. We could have seen the trap go down, but it didn't go down at all. I haven't seen it. Oh, a little bit of lag here. Yep, and there's the finish on that. It's a 217 for
Nowhere.
Hell yeah. We got a little bit of lag on the left side. I didn't see the time. Oh no. It's alright, we'll see it at the end. But congrats to Team Nowhere. Looks like they're going somewhere. I'm gonna see myself out in a bit. Don't mind me.
No, that was good. I love it.
All right, congrats. Officially now, all the teams have done one round, chat, or at least like one fight.
Vitamin C.
I know, one round.
49.
That's two, right? That is two. If I can count, I can count to two, right?
That is two.
Yeah, that is two for Team Nowhere. They're moving on to the next round. So Vitamin CK will be jumping down to the lower bracket here, and they'll be facing off against these Skull Raiders. So that'll be a very interesting match. We're going to do that in just a moment here. As we're just going to get set up, though, we're going to head over to GA Johnny just a bit for some more interviews and stuff. But any last thoughts on that fight?
Honestly, I definitely feel that both teams fought very, very well. I'm actually pretty happy to see the Insect Glaive pick, because in my head, when I was looking at the options for the quest, I'm like, oh, Insect Glaive. I could see a lot of aerial coming out of this, just because not only in Rise is Insect Glaive's aerial kit a lot better than it was in World, but you also have the fact that you do have your paralysis bug, and then you do have your pitfall trap that you could have just CC'd with. And so Insect Glaive just has a lot of options for that support.
Indeed.
But I was also really excited to see Dual Blades, just because me personally, I'm an all or nothing DPS person, and just to see that they actually had a set dedicated for all or nothing DPS, I was super excited to see. But
it's good to see both teams pick that. They both picked up on that. Like, we need one Dual Blades to just constant damage, keep getting that constant damage.
Hell yeah.
One thing, like, as an Insect Glaive main here, I'll point out as well that it wasn't, you don't get a choice of your Kinsect as well. So the Kinsect in particular in that Tetranodon one is, I believe it's a triple charge Kinsect, if I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken actually, but a triple charge one really requires you to like stand out and shoot out the Kinsect like manually to get some bonus damage.
Really no. So see, I don't usually play Insect Glaive, and what do you know, that is news to me. Learning something every day.
All right, so let's take a look here at the tournament bracket, just taking a final look at what we've got in store here. So Now we know Skull Raiders and Vitamin CK will be our lower gang, right? While GCU has moved on and Team Nowhere has moved on the upper bracket. So we're going to see them face off in the round 2. But for now, we've got one more match coming up. The lower bracket, Skull Raiders and Vitamin C coming back to the big screen.
Now,
Do you think they're going to pick different monsters this time? Do you think they're going to start with Kulu?
I don't think they're going to start with Kulu. I think they're going to go all or nothing. I mean, after all, you're in the losers bracket at this point. You are going to want to try and pick something that you know that your opponent's going to mess up in.
Ooh, that could be a very interesting play to see.
So what I can see happening, I can see Vitamin CK Nifty Gang choosing Bear off because they already, or if they were watching the other people's perspectives, then they've already seen Team Skull Raiders at least cart once to him, and maybe they're going to bank on a second cart. And then
Good point.
For Team Skull, they could just choose Tetranodon. Like, sure, that would mean extra practice for Vitamin CK, but on the other hand, maybe they have a strategy up their sleeves.
Yeah, so if both teams are watching, they can pick the ones that the teams lost at, right? That's actually a very good point. And we also do know that Team Vitamin CK, they sounded like they really want a Baroth, right? So I think you might be right. They might go for the Baroth choice and be able to take advantage of that against the Skull Raiders.
Oh yeah.
All right, but I think for now, we're going to take a short break here, chat, and we're going to head on over to the interviews to interview the winning team of the last round. So we'll see you guys in just a bit. Don't go anywhere.
All right, we'll see y'all shortly.
Welcome back, everybody. Another awesome, just really exciting action to see today at this tourney. I'm here with Team Nowhere, who just solidified themselves a win for the bracket. Let's start off. Why Kulu, of all monsters, to choose to go versus today?
Pretty much we chose Kulu because of the setup that we were going for with Hunting Horn and Gunlance. And normally with that last run, we would go down to like 1 minute and 30 or below. But we messed up quite a lot, but it turned out to be really consistent, more so, even if we messed up. And Gunlance just had so much DPS uptime, and the amount of burst damage you do together with Hunting Horn, doing knockouts and songs as well. I mean, we found it to be pretty stable.
Yeah, and just the fact that Gunlance could itself just destroy the rock if it brought it up with just static Gunlance ammo, it just helped us a lot.
Yeah, pretty much.
Definitely. And you decided to ban Baroth, which is interesting enough because in the last couple of rounds we saw that Baroth was showing up. So what made you choose Tetradon instead? I know you want to give love to the big boy, but what other reasons were behind that?
It was more so just to make things different compared to the last round.
Yeah, that was pretty much it.
And we had like Baroth down like consistently. Like technically having like double insect waves and all that, we had it set down to have a comfy time, but we wanted to do Tetranodon too. You know, having the hammer and what? Oh my gosh, my brain. Dual blade combo.
Yeah.
The jitters on me, man.
No, you're good. You're good. I mean, we all get them. I mean, speaking of Tetradon, you guys really had a pretty good lockdown on that monster. Just seeing the paras coming into play and everything like that. Were there any worries that you had going into that fight at all?
A lot, actually.
Yeah, a lot.
When first starting in, where Shin over here, he ended up getting stunned, and then actually when he did his pin attack, we both got pinned, which was already worrisome as soon as that happened. But and because of that, not only that, a lot of my the wirebug dodge on dual blade, he was not cooperating. He did not want to hit me during those dodges so I can do that counter damage. So I was getting really unlucky with that too.
No, man. You're probably just looking over and he's like, I don't want to mess with that. No counters for me, thanks.
Exactly, you're right.
Pretty well.
Are there anything you're looking forward to in hopes for the next round? You know, in terms of going against your opponents and such?
For me personally, I'm just hoping to still have fun in this tournament.
Same, pretty much.
I mean, it seems like you guys are having a lot of fun, and you guys are doing really well in the fights. You know, we're all rooting for everybody to go through, but you know, you guys are doing really well. So GG's on that one.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank
I'm
you.
still really cut by how bad we did the quests beforehand. Even though we won, we had it. Oh my gosh, I still can't get it out of my head.
That's all good. I mean, you're good. You still solidified that win, so you're all set.
Yeah.
You know, and as long as you're having fun, that's what really matters, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing you guys in the next set of rounds. We'll go ahead and throw it back over to Sky and Lumini.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
redemption arcs for our teams, Skull Raiders and Vitamin CK Nifty Gang.
I'm seeing muted in chat. Okay, are we good, chat? Can you hear us?
I'm willing to do it again.
You missed me toppling over. Yeah, go ahead.
So here we are. We're back with your commentators, Lumini and Sky. And here we are finally gathered together for our redemption arc for Team Skull Raider and for Team Vitamin CK Nifty Gang.
That name is such a great name, but it's so long. But you seem to have a great time enjoying it, just saying it.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's that second part, Nifty Gang. In which case, I don't know why, but I feel like I gotta throw in the right there with it. It just feels right.
Hell yeah. So what we're doing, we're same round one, chat. This is the lower bracket. We're gonna get the Skull Raiders to pick the first quest of the day. We already did our coin toss, so you don't have to awkwardly sit and listen to us do a Google coin toss. But so we're gonna have Skull Raiders pick the first quest, and then we're gonna get set up. So if you guys would like to tell us, what do you guys want to hunt first?
We would like to hunt Kuliaku.
All right, going back with the Kulu pick. It's safe, but at the same time, because it's safe, you can go super fast on it.
Exactly, and I think both teams have had a chance now to try it out, experiment with it. They probably talked it over after their runs that like, hey, we can do better at this specific point. They might even change weapons, and I'm actually curious to see if they're going to change weapons here and try a different combination, or are they going to go with something that like the same ones and just do it better.
Oh, not for that. I'm actually very, very curious about, because I mean, heck, for all we know, we could see double longswords. We could see double gun lances. What if we see double light bow guns? Or we could just see the big mix as usual. But
exactly.
One thing's for sure is that here is my prediction. My prediction is that at least one team is going to have hunting horn for sure, and then the other team is going to have gun lance for sure. That is my prediction, just because those two weapons can most reliably get past Cthulhu's rock. I mean, obviously gun lance has its flat damage, so it doesn't even care if a rock is existing or not. And on the other hand, for hunting horn, it has the KO capabilities as well as the wyvern riding capabilities to help keep up that aggression. And then top it off, the occasional sonic waves for that little miniature stun every once in a while.
Exactly, and we know at least the Skull Raiders, they went up against the double hunting horn. They know the power of the hunting horn because it really beat them out, right? So we're gonna see hopefully they'll pick at least one here. Then we'll see what the other weapon is too.
Yeah, because I'm seeing on Skull Raider's screen that Skoy has chosen the hunting horn while Forest has chosen gun lance. So I guess there's that prediction right there.
There it is. Yeah, you called it. And that works out really well. I know Skoy uses a lot of insect glaive, he's an insect glaive main, but hunting horn attack wise is fairly similar in terms of just hitting and bonking and just like going in like those crazy spins, which is really weird. But like I still don't understand why they put that in Rise, but they did.
I mean, I know the hunting horn rework is pretty controversial for a lot of hunting horn diehard fans. But at the same time, I do think it's kind of a nice breath of fresh air. Sometimes change can be good. Sometimes change is bad. It just depends on your stance for it. Me personally, I find the change to be pretty welcoming just because, you do lose out on a little bit of the song diversity in terms of how you're comboing in your songs. But on the other hand, you can now focus more on the actual hunt itself as opposed to having to keep a backlog in your mind of, okay, what song do I need to play now? Instead,
exactly.
Just do it.
Exactly. It looks like Team Vitamin C also has kaeyay's got a gun lance. They might be both doing gun lance here. I think we're looking at Vitamin C. Actually, I don't know whose perspective this is, but yeah. Maybe it's kaeyay's that he's holding the gun lance. Okay, it's kaeyay's. We got confirmation on that. So all right, I think both teams are set. We are ready to begin the final, or I guess hunt one of the lower bracket.
All right, here we go. So it seems like that both teams have the exact same composition. So it all comes down to who can execute it better.
Indeed.
Now it seems that. No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say that they just started. The Skull Raider started strong. Then got the smash with the hunting horn right on the head. Very good wire bug positioning to get from the starting position to Kulu as fast as possible.
And they are definitely utilizing those sonic waves to try and get Kulu to be stunned as often as possible. However, the big thing is that it doesn't last forever. You can't just continuously use sonic waves to keep up a chain of stuns. Eventually, Kulu just sick of it and says goodbye.
Oh, unfortunately, Skull got stunned there. That was brutal. Unfortunate.
On the other hand, with Vitamin CK, they are just wailing on this poor Kulu. He's just not having a good time. In fact,
they got the rock break.
He just got his rock. He just got it from the store, and now he's KO'd.
Oh my God, they are going at it. Look at that.
This poor Kulu is not having a good day. We're going to be seeing him soon as our next meal.
And he's wyvern now, so that's it. Just going from one place to another, banged on the ground, and kaeyay's just getting back. He's getting his gunlets just set up again.
Now he's already in Kulu. Like I said, with Kulu, it's either you lock him down or he locks you down. And obviously, Vitamin CK, Nifty Gang, they have this Kulu locked down. With Team Skull Raiders, they are definitely putting the hurt on the Kulu. Kulu doesn't have his rock, and in my opinion, this is where Kulu becomes the most unpredictable. Just because, obviously, he's a bird, his pet rock is dead, and he doesn't know what to do.
All right, we got one team finishing here. Vitamin CK just finished strong. They came out to play and win. There it is. We'll get the time for you in just a second. We got blue up on Forest Raiders. They're just finishing up now. Let's just hope for nothing. No sad ending like last time.
I don't think there's going to be a sad ending. All right, so 149.92 for Vitamin CK Nifty Gang.
Let's go.
Let's see Skull Raiders finish up this hunt.
That's a good strong win for them. That's exactly.
Oh,
there it is. He's stunned again. This is just coming to Forest. Forest Raiders just got to get the damage on.
I predict in the next 3 hits. Not bad.
All right, but there we go. Congrats to both teams finishing round 1 here. Man, Vitamin CK coming out strong with that 149. Beautifully done. Beautifully executed.
Hard, especially in that second half.
GG's. Great jobs. And remember, chat, they're not out yet. They're not out. It's just round 1 that's ended here. So we're going to get a ban on a hunt now. And then we're going to see which hunt is coming up next. And this could make or break it. We'll see.
And who knows? Maybe there's going to be a round 3.
Yeah, we haven't seen a round 3 yet, right?
No, not yet. But it could very well happen. I mean, we are in the under bracket and people are just clawing for survival right now.
All right, so we're gonna get Team Vitamin C to ban right now. We got everyone here, chat. So let's hear from them.
I think even though we loved the good boy Tetranodon, we're going to ban him this time.
Goodbye to the Kappa. All right, thank you. So then
I hate that guy anyway.
All right, so Skull Raiders then. You guys get to pick, and yes, you can pick Kulu if you want to do him again.
Redemption Kulu.
Redemption Kulu? Okay, they're doubling down on the bird.
All right.
We're eating good at KFC tonight.
Yeah, we got lots of chicken tonight. Unless you're a vegetarian, then we'll cook up something else for you. Don't worry.
Or if the greasiness of KFC just doesn't sit well in your stomach, I understand. I get it. KFC doesn't sit well in everyone's stomach. Sometimes it gives me heartburn 5 minutes after I eat it. I understand.
I know there are some Kulu fans in the chat. I apologize. We've really been hating on Kulu today. Pepe hands, but
Could
one
you
more
call it
round.
hate in a game like Monster Hunter? I mean, after all, that's just how we express our love. We love the monster so much we're willing to beat it.
That's something heavily debated, I think. And there's always an option. You know, you can capture a monster, right? If you just don't like to hunt and kill, like, I mean, there are certain parts that you have to get through killing, obviously. But I know there's the option to hunt and just capture, you know.
I understand, but sometimes peace isn't always an option.
Kulu tendies. Ooh, that sounds great. All right, so they're gonna get set up. We're going with Kulu again. It's gonna be really exciting to see, and hopefully, what we're hoping for here, chat. At least I am. I want to see a third round. I don't know about you guys, but I want to see a third round. We haven't seen a third round yet. We might see a third round, honestly, in the later rounds, or I guess like third hunt. But yeah, like in the later rounds, because those monsters do get a little bit more difficult. The teams probably have less practice with them, but we'll see if we get a third hunt or not. So
what I can definitely see happening for sure is that in this particular round, it's just all or nothing. You either go with your mains that you know for sure that you're upset, or maybe you just try and say, screw it. Let's just do something completely unorthodox. Or let's just go with all what's familiar. This has worked for other teams, so let's go ahead and keep on using it.
Exactly. At this point, both teams have had a chance to really experience a couple of different weapons. We saw some weapon changes as well. They might choose to go back. They might choose to keep at it. I think both teams are looking just about ready here.
Yep, looks like Skoy has chosen Longsword this time, and Forest is now using the Hunting Horn. As for Citrus, I cannot tell what weapon they are using, but I can definitely tell you for sure that kaeyay is using.
He's bringing that gun lance back. He is feeling it. He was really feeling it last run. So both these teams, I think they're ready. They can start whenever. We'll see it on the screen, chat. But yeah, he was feeling the gun lance last time, and man, I was watching that. It was fantastic. Well played. All right, looks like the teams are launching. Here we go.
So we got Hunting Horn and Longsword versus Gun Lance and Hunting Horn.
Again, the Hunting Horn, just a big play. It's just really crucial for this HUD. And these early runs too.
It's just super instrumental.
Yeah, man. You love to see it. All right, good counter there too. Actually, with ForestRaider, Skoy going hard
they
with
got the forbidden Kulu dunk on Team Vitamin CK.
Oh.
While Kulu was messing around in the air, being shocked from the fact that his rock was broken. The Hunting Horn user was able to get the dunk on Kulu. That is significant in terms of DPS.
Beautiful, beautiful.
All right, and now with Skull Raiders, ooh, he's getting off that helm splitter. Ooh, delicious.
There it is.
That Wyvern Ride ready. It seems like that Skull is just going to keep on smacking on the Kulu. Oh, there we go.
There it is. He should be able to get his red gauge now. Skoy's gonna really prep for it real quick. There it is. Got the red gauge. Still focusing the head. Both teams, none of the teams have hit blue yet, so there's no exhaust or weekend. Oh no, Skull Raiders.
Skull Raiders. They're
pulling it. Let's go.
Longsword is very strong. I mean, obviously, definitely number one with Blade Master weapons across the board, with maybe the exception of the miniature Lagombi quest. But for sure, Longsword always pulling out strong. Team Vitamin CK, they're also in the blue. So now
they're also in the blue.
Finish.
It's really a race to the finish. You are correct. Oh, and the ForestRaiders have got it. They pulled it clutch. We've got a third HUD confirmed.
Oh no! Wait! Vitamin CK, their hunt says 149, while Skull Raider says 153.
Oh, did they start later than us? Oh man. I didn't take that into account. I should have taken that into account. But
Yeah.
all right, we're gonna confirm the times here just to be sure, chat. But oh man, that would be a letdown if this is the case, because we all saw it first. Yeah, you are
Vitamin
correct.
CK Nifty Gang 149.90, and unfortunately for me on their screen,
It's a little frozen here, I think, for me.
for me.
But either way, we do get the confirmation. 149 for Team Vitamin CK. So they are taking it. That was a trick to all of us, man. We saw the win first, but we gotta keep in mind that they start slightly different, just a little bit off. We're trying to keep it as consistent as possible, but like it's a little bit difficult.
153.
GG's.
Insane, super close.
4 seconds. 4 seconds. Oh
What
man,
did
I can't. Heartbroken. That's a heartbreak right there. Then the stream kind of tricked us.
So close. But man, that was nail biting. I'm not gonna lie. I was really hoping for a round 3, but it is what it is. Unfortunately, Team Skull Raiders is not gonna have access to their redemption arc. Maybe we'll see that in a future tourney. But for sure, Vitamin CK Nifty Gang, they're gonna keep on going up throughout these brackets.
Love to see it. But just a few moments here, and we'll get word, and we'll go straight to the interview with Vitamin CK. I want to know what their thoughts were. Like that was, it did feel like kaeyay wasn't hitting the gun lines as much as the first run, but man, I gotta feel for Skull. Like he was hitting his helm breakers. It was going well. It honestly was. It looked like a beautiful run. That very last couple of hits, I think the rock just got in the way. That might have made the difference for the 4 seconds. Like Kulu picking up that rock.
Yeah, see, for me, the other thing that I felt that really made the difference was at the beginning when Vitamin CK Nifty Gang managed to get the forbidden Kulu dunk with Kulu's rock shattering, and while he's jumped up in the air in surprise, you get the dunk on him. I think that's what did it for me, because normally, especially on small monsters, when I say small monsters, I mean HR4 monsters, just monsters who don't fly in general, and you end up, they have a lot of downtime where you could just keep on wailing on them. I mean,
exactly.
Of course, since it was the beginning still, you do have to factor in that your KO is going to cut that window short. But even then, just to be able to get a dunk on Kulu, easy plus or minus 10 seconds to whatever hunt that you are doing.
Exactly. That when I saw the matchup, that's what I was thinking for the ForestRaider or Skull Raiders. Sorry, the Skull Raiders. I was really thinking that they'd try to get that dunk early, and then like Skoy would be able to set up getting his red gauge right. That's a great opportunity for it. I thought that's what I think that's what they were going for. It just didn't play out just enough.
So close, and I really do feel for the Skull Raiders.
I'm actually. All right, let's take a look at the turn bracket. But like, I just realized, just look at the times. The Nifty Gang, both 149, both matches, they were extremely consistent. That's or sorry, not Nifty Gang. No, it is Nifty Gang. God damn, Vitamin C is in my head. But yeah, Vitamin C, Nifty Gang, they were very consistent with that. So 149, congrats to them. They're moving on to the next lower bracket. So they're gonna face off against either Team GCU or Team Nowhere, whichever one loses that match. And we're gonna have that for you shortly, Chad, in just a little bit. We will turn over to the interviews in just a moment as well. But to remind you guys, the second round. Do you have the monsters for the second round and what arenas they are? I don't have them pulled up. I don't know why.
Second.
But we'll give you an idea, Chad, of what.
Let's see, we got Arena 4, and then Challenge 2, and then Challenge 3.
Which monsters are those?
All right, so for Arena 4, we have the very, very frustrating, or maybe if you're a little masochistic, very pleasing Barrioth. In which case you have weapons, Sword and Shield, Gun Lance, Hunting Horn, Charge Blade, and the Bow. And then as for the challenge quests, challenge quest 2, we have Zenogre, in which case you have access to Sword and Shield, Longsword, Hunting Horn, Switch Axe, and Light Bowgun. And then challenge quest 3 with Tigrex, Tigrex, or Tigrex.
Whichever way you say it.
I know there's hot debate for that. Well, anyways, T-Type Tigrex, we have Sword and Shield, Great Sword, Gun Lance, Switch Axe, and the Bow. And those are the choices that the teams for round 2, Team GCU, Team Nowhere, and for sure Team Vitamin CK are going to have to choose from.
Let's go. All right, chat. Just as Bagel is talking in chat right now, let's get some hype. Like, officially, Skull Raiders have been eliminated, but let's get some hype. Thank them so much for their participation. We love them. Absolutely fantastic creators, fantastic people. So give them some hype, give them some love. Drop those hearts in the chat.
For real,
You know,
I absolutely loved seeing them.
all right, we will see you guys in just a bit. Have a wonderful rest of the tournament, guys. Actually, I think this is the last time I'm on screen. Lumini will be here for interviews later, so have a great time.
Yep, you will see me later. And Sky, thank you for coming along, man.
It was a great time.
Wow, what a turn of events. Skoy, Liz, first off, GG's on the or should I say, job well done so far. It was not easy, it was not the best, but you guys did it. You guys were trying to pull through. I do want to mention that, like, back-to-back Kulus. You guys, what was going on there? What made you want to go back and do Kulu 2 Electric Boogaloo there?
For me personally, I wanted redemption because I haven't played Hunting Horn in months, and I was like, all right, we're going back to that again. We're doing that again.
Yeah, I think the second time was more of just like, you know what, we just want to beat this bird up.
I don't blame you. So yeah, like you mentioned, Skoy, you started off with Hunting Horn first, and then in the second attempt of that round, you decided to switch it up. Can you give a little bit of insight on that? Like, what made you want to just go back to longsword instead?
Personally, it was a lot more experience with the weapon than the other weapons that they had to choose from, and then also from our first round, we had a lot better experience with longsword in the arrangement we had.
Okay. And then I know we did ban Tetranodon on that last one. Would you have wanted to choose to fight Tetranodon instead, or did you really just want to stick to that Kulu fight?
We would have chosen Tetranodon.
You didn't get to fight him today.
No.
Yeah, it seems like you guys.
He's the good boy. He's the good boy of Rise.
Yeah, he's so big and lovable. You just want to come here. But yeah, what can I say? I mean, I guess Skoy, you said you were kind of learning Hunting Horn a little bit. You haven't touched Hunting Horn a bit. How did it feel going into Hunting Horn for the first round of versus Kulu? And what were just some things that you'd want to change in that fight?
Definitely probably have used it in a little practice before we got into there, but other than that, it was just I haven't used it since I've started playing Rise, so it's been a while.
And then Liz, yeah, definitely. And then Liz, how did you feel using Gunlance? Was that like a comfy weapon for you to use in that fight, or was that also like a first time for you?
It was more of using the strategy to try and get rid of the rock as quickly as possible. Because with Phil using longsword and everything, you probably saw a few times he was bouncing off of it and everything. So if I can get rid of that ASAP, then it would have been fine. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, you had just barely made it by 4 seconds, and I know that's like the biggest upset right there, because you guys were doing so well. You guys were really on top of it. You guys are doing so awesome, and just 4 seconds just right there. Was there anything you think that was there anything you felt like could have gone a little bit better in that fight, to maybe have saved you those 4 seconds to maybe bring it back a little bit?
Practice.
It all came down to practice, but yeah,
definitely. Well, again, thank you guys so much for participating with us. It was such a joy to see you guys fight. Hopefully you guys do more IL speedruns in the future, or maybe just speedruns in general. TM,
yeah,
maybe?
no, I think we definitely want to in the future.
So, oh yeah,
definitely.
Well,
we look forward
to round 2. Watch
Let's
out.
go. They're coming with a vengeance, folks. All right, well,
Yes.
awesome. Well, thank you so much, Liz. Thank you so much, Skoy, for hanging out with us and for participating. And we look forward to maybe the next iteration of this event with you guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for
Wow.
having us. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm excited for some stickers.
Yeah,
I think we're the true winners.
Who doesn't love stickers? Awesome. Well, thank you again both very much. We appreciate y'all. And we'll go ahead and send it right back over to Sky and Lumini.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, ready to go. Welcome back, everybody. My name's Sierra Symmetry. I'm joined here by the one and only JalBagel. We're going to be your commentators for the next few rounds coming up. How you doing, Jal? How's everything going so far?
Oh, I am doing great. I am shocked about how smoothly everything has been going. So thank you, everybody, for being here.
It really has been going quite well. And I want to say, chat, you've been giving us so much love today. A lot of shout outs to the organizers, our boy Nightside, putting in so much work. And of course, to Team Skull Raiders for their performance as well. They really came close with that Kulu at the end. I saw some amazing plays.
Seconds.
Yeah.
So close.
So close. But yeah, brilliant stuff by everybody. We're moving in now. Our next round coming up looks to be round 2, match 1. And we've got
round 2. Round 2. We now have new quests. That's the biggest thing here. Each round we're changing up the quests. So we've got Barioth, we've got Zinogre, we've got Tigrex.
Oh yeah. I'm very excited for these.
Which is your favorite?
Threatening monsters. It's gonna have to be Zin. I love the guy, love the Thunder Puppy. Barioth can be a bit heinous to me at times, and Tigrex just well, we'll get into that in a moment. But yeah, Zinogre's got some great sets, really good matchups, and very friendly moveset as well. So I think we're gonna see some very quick times with an organized team here. So
absolutely.
Looking forward to that. Okay.
Speaking of teams, it's time to introduce them.
Yep.
So we've got, participating in this round, we've got the GCU, made up of Preast and Princess, and also Team Nowhere, made up of Shinuchi and Onion. So we've been seeing some great play come out of both of these teams in the first round of hunting, and I'm really excited to see what they pull out for the next one.
Yeah, there's been some insane strats. I gotta say that Priest Princess dual hunting horn combo at the start, that was a sight to behold.
Spicy.
So, very spicy. So we did our coin toss off stream. Looks as though it's going to be Team GCU selecting the quest. So Barioth, Tigrex, or Zinogre? I suppose we might as well get into the pick, shall we?
Yeah, let's do it. GCU, what was going to be your pick for this match 1, round 2, game 1?
The movie.
We're gonna start with Tigrex.
Starting with Tigrex. All right. Well, you guys go ahead and get yourselves ready. Yeah, let's see this. Let's see a Tigrex hunt, shall we?
Oh boy, the second generation. Okay, so all of our choices here, we've got Sword and Shield, Great Sword, Gun Lance, Switch Axe, and Bow. So let's see what options. Jal's just rooting for the dual swags, isn't
it? Listen, if anyone pulls out dual swags, they win in my book. I'm just saying.
Yeah. And we may see that. That may be a very effective strategy here. So, Tigrex. Now, one of the main things about Tigrex, of course, is that he's got a very potent arm stagger. So do enough damage to the arms or to the wings, and he falls over. I personally think that that's going to be a key thing to success here. If you can loop those over and over, if you can keep the guy as still as possible, because if he gets charging, that's momentum you don't want built up.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be a little scary too with some aerial playstyles, right? Depending on which switch skills Bow has, if it has the, jump up in the air and fire your arrows on, and especially, Hail Splitter for Gun Lance. Once you start getting over top of Tigrex, you start interacting with some weird hitboxes. So it's gonna be interesting, especially with some of these aerial, switch skills and silk binds that we see, how these players change up their playstyle, especially against Tigrex.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, we also do have items introduced as well. So a couple of weapons do get some very useful items that they'll be able to make most of. I think previously we didn't see the Insect Glaive use too much of that Pitfall Trap. Maybe we'll see some of these setups change.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right then, so it appears here that both teams are looking ready.
Let's get it started.
Yeah, see what we've got.
We've already see people hovering. What was that, a bow gun? Oh no, it was bow.
Yep. So we've got the
Kezu bow.
Kezu bow coming in on the left here. Priest Princess going for Bow, and I believe Switch Axe. There we go. So
let's go, Princess with the Switch Axe.
All right. So the bow here. Also, an interesting thing to note with this is that it does have sleep coating. I believe. This comes with sleep coatings. Oh, and a nasty hit there by Tigrex. You really do want to watch out for that charge. Meanwhile, we've got Team Nowhere going with the Greatsword and Bow combination. I don't know if you can see this, Bagel, but they are actually using those sleep coatings. And yep, there it is. We got a sleep.
We got to sleep. Are we going to see a big TCS wake up here?
Oh, I think we are. This looks
Shinuchi is setting up for this TCS wake up. Is it a whiff?
Oh,
nailed it. 1074.
Right on.
So we already see these shoulder tackles coming out too. Are we heading for a KO next, maybe?
Oh, it looks as though they're very well practiced with their CC. The para coatings from the bow coming in. This is genuinely impressive. With enough of those tackles, I think they did. Beautiful. Amazing.
Heading back over to Team GCU, we can see Preast dancing around this Tigrex using the bow dodge.
Yep, it looks very good. Of course, a Thunder Bow. Tigrex again being quite weak to Thunder, and it looks as though it's got Dodge Bolt, so he's going to be able to dodge through those charges. Oh, and no. A nasty cart there. The lingering hitbox of Tigrex just catching him right at the end there.
Now, these are challenge quests. They do have 3 feints, so they haven't failed the quest yet, so he can keep the momentum going.
Get right back into it. Whilst they're recovering from that, let's see how Shinuchi and Onion are doing with the Adamant Charge Slash. Now, they've landed quite a few TCSs here, Bagel, so it's going to be interesting to see how soon it will be before Tigrex starts blue sculling. Very nice aerial attack there, building up some of that Wyvern riding gauge, and another TCS on the flinch, right onto the arm. Very nice. I have to say, I'm really liking this animation.
Yeah, we still haven't seen an arm break out of this Tigrex yet on Team Nowhere's side. So once they get that arm break, that's going to be a huge opening, and it looks like he's really pushing for that.
Really going for it.
Paracoating coming out of Preast here.
Oh, very nice.
That gives a huge opening for Princess to start laying into this with Switch Axe.
Yes, very big opportunity. Now, I think this Switch Axe here actually uses compressed discharge rather than ZSD, so there's a little bit less safety there with latching onto the monster, but as we can see, both teams going at it. Took an unfortunate cart. Tigrex on Team Nowhere is blue sculling, close to death, so they are eking out into the lead here.
Getting close to that 30% marker.
Very close.
Dangerously close to killing it. Let's see
one jump. Oh, now, as you can see here, it's all this moving around. This is what we meant when we spoke about the momentum of Tigrex. He just gets to moving and you can't stop him. Good flinch there, going for the Adamant Charge Slash, and he's dead.
And there it is.
Tigrex gone.
Nice. We'll see here in a second what their time looks like. Priest using the wire bug dodge to get some recovery for his stamina back there. Very smart, especially considering he was completely out, so he can't dodge bolt anymore. They're still laying into this thing. Still no blue skull, but it's coming up soon.
Yeah, I can feel it. Whilst they have taken a cart, that Thunder Bow is going to be very potent. Of course, we know how good Bow can be with elemental damage. Beautiful. I gotta say,
especially in a good elemental matchup that way too.
Oh, definitely. And I can see he's using the para coatings now. Hopefully, they'll be able to get one off. It looks like no, they burnt through earlier, didn't they? So no.
Yeah, they've already landed one of the paras. Maybe here. Nope, not quite. 251.92 coming out of Team Nowhere.
Very impressive.
Solid time. Yeah, very impressive.
Now, looking over at Preast and Princess, looks as though Princess took another unfortunate cart here. So they are down to one cart now, and still no blue skull. This Tigrex has really gotten away and set up.
Once Tigrex starts moving, it really doesn't want to stop.
Oh, no.
And it can be really unfortunate with a weapon like Switch Axe that has a lot of hyper armor. There's that leg break for a topple and a blue skull.
So there we go, just going to pump those rapid shots out into the face. Go on, Priest, putting out a lot of damage here now. And still gets caught by it. That's the difficult thing about these dash dances with the with sort of the parry frames, is that there it is. Very nice.
Great to see it finished out. 437. Great to see it finished out and not ending in a triple cart. That's a fantastic hunt still. Still meeting the S rank requirement too for challenge run.
Absolutely. Very nice. I think I had a bit of difficulty with Tigrex getting away from the bow there. Some of the shots aimed at his backside weren't hitting the best areas, and I think that was probably a big part of the time loss, not to mention the two carts. But still, yeah, very decent showing by Priest and Princess there. Right then, so second time around, it looks as though it's going to be Priest and Princess banning. Is that right?
They'll they'll be
they'll be selecting.
They'll be picking again, and Team Nowhere will be banning a hunt.
Very nice. Okay, so it'd be interesting to see what Team Nowhere choose, whether they'll stick with Tigrex that they've gotten this decent time on. They seem to be very well practiced. That status CC at the start was brilliant. Combining it with the greatsword as well, that was very big brain strat.
Starting with a sleep right out of the gate like that just ensures that you don't mix that CC with anything else. You don't accidentally get a KO, you don't accidentally get a head topper, you don't accidentally get an arm break. You just set up the TCS for the greatsword, and getting that final hit on it sets up a head threshold for a stagger or a knockdown immediately after that. That's 1074 damage. It's huge on that head threshold. So very, very smart opener for them.
Definitely. I love that. That opener was great. And then using the shoulder bash to get the KO off, just very, very tough. Good to see. Okay.
All right, so it looks like we got teams back. So, Team Nowhere, which hunt would you like to ban?
We would like to ban Zinogre.
Yep. Banning Zinogre. Okay.
Wonderful.
So, Team GCU, which hunt are we going to be doing?
All right, we're going to risk it and say, well, let's go with Barioth.
Barioth it is. All right, sounds good. We'll get you guys ready and we'll get going in this next hunt.
Barioth. What a pick. I have to say I'm very excited for this one. This is one of my favorite ones looking it over. Jal, you love Barioth, don't you?
Love is a strong word. Actually, it's I love it and I hate it, because Barioth is one of those monsters when the fight goes well, the fight goes well, right? Similar to Tigrex, he has the knockdowns on the breaks on his arms and a break on the head. Barioth and Tigrex share very, very similar movesets and models, so it's interesting to see how the fights still differ, right? Tigrex likes to stay on the ground, but Barioth does a lot of flying too. So we're going to see a lot of changes in play here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's an important thing to note. We spoke about Tigrex's arms topples, but Barioth's are both separate. He has one wing on one side, which is a topple, another wing on the other side, which is another topple, and breaking the fangs causes him to fall over. With that knowledge, a team that can use all three of those and maybe even an extra arm stagger is going to be looking very nice. As well as that, though, of course, if you're playing a very wirebug intensive weapon, you've got to watch out for the Ice Blight. The Ice Blight is deadly in this game.
Ice Blight will definitely be killer here. So it looks like both teams are ready. Let's get this hunt started.
Let's do this. Okay.
Looks like both teams are hovering bow right now, too.
Hovering bow, a very interesting choice. Now, this bow here is, I believe it's a thunder bow. It's the Rajang bow, kind of high raw. Not necessarily the best elemental matchup, but still could see some use in getting those arm topples. We've got double bow from, looks like Team Nowhere, double bow, and then bow and a hunting horn from GCU. Very nice.
So hunting horn is Princess's main weapon that she prefers to use. If she has the option, she's gonna be using hunting horn every time. So let's see, how much play we can see out of the hunting horn here. That double hunting horn from the first round was super impressive. We'll see if we can't see a nice repeat on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see here the Ice Blight has just tagged Preast here, and especially for a stamina focused weapon as well, it's going to be really something you want to get rid of as soon as possible. No. Oh, very good dodge over there. Just looking at these two screens, you can see some very mobile bow gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of your positioning against Barioth is going to be super important, especially when you have bow that likes to position so far away. You're going to start baiting out certain attacks like these ice tornadoes, and that's where Barioth's main form of Ice Blight is going to come from.
Yep, and they're so huge as well, it's very difficult to avoid those without some sort of help. You can see here Barioth being very aggressive, a lot of leap forwards here. Honestly, Joe, I think that the Hunting Horn was the better choice here. It's got very high KO, it's got the slugger skill and stamina drain for those exhaust flinches. So let's see how this play out.
And exhaust is gonna, not only are you gonna get exhaust flinches out of the Hunting Horn, you're also gonna get the exhaust staggers. You're gonna get the exhaust animation where the monster just sits there kind of drooling a bit, and that's an opening for everything else. It stops this very mobile, very aggressive monster from moving entirely.
Huge knockdown by Preast there, Jal. I just caught it. They've managed to break the fangs. Give him a bit of a topple
nice.
there. Very,
Yeah,
very
that's
nice.
a huge opening.
Very good. And that will let Princess get in there and get some KO value up. You were saying as well about the exhausted state. It's going to be very useful if they get a tired Barrioth, because just not be able to do anything.
A good Wyvern right out of here coming off of the Earthshaker from Princess too. And we can just see this Barrioth being so aggressive and so mobile against Team Nowhere. No blue skulls yet.
But a decent stagger. That looked like it was the left arm there. So potentially with that broken arm. Oh, no, they're still intact. Looks as though that was the fangs there. Another thing as well,
fang topple.
Yeah, definitely. Another thing as well we didn't mention, breaking the arms will cause Barrioth to slip and slide after a lot of his dash.
Nice aerial dunk there. I don't even think that was a break out of Team Nowhere. I think that was just another flinch. Both teams in blue skull now. It's coming down to the wire. Something interesting to note about these bow setups too is that all they had is close range and power coding, no control. There's the kill from Team Nowhere.
Team Nowhere, very nice.
Now, Team Nowhere did start a little bit after Preast and Princess.
Could be
so
very,
that
very
is
close
a
here for
significant
GCU.
lead for them.
That's it. Now, I'm noticing as well, this is a pierce bow, so they really want to get all of the shots down Barrioth's body as much as possible. And the quick
That can
forward
be
bite
very
just
difficult.
tag you.
Very, very difficult for a monster that moves around a bunch. There's a left arm break, leaving a huge down topple opening. And there's the kill.
Go. Beautiful.
Very nice. 333 for GCU and 252.
Wow. Wow, bit of a big difference. I think the main issue there with GCU is those tornadoes. They were really, really troublesome.
A lot of tornadoes.
Yeah, crazy. Absolutely crazy how those tornadoes get on top of you. But we did see how well those staggers helped everything out. Very
yeah,
good.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations to both of those teams there. A hard-fought battle. And it was kind of interesting, too, to see both teams opting in for the bow, right? It's kind of hard to tell what the better matchup there would have been. Personally, I think I would have gone with either SNS or Gunlance. Those are, two weapons that like to play up front and inside of Barrioth. I think that's where I would have went personally for these.
Completely agree. These sword and shield matchup, especially in this quest, is insane. It's got things like attack boost 7, fire attack, part breaker, and can even shield bash for KOs. I was personally expecting to see a sword and shield and hunting horn combination just to keep spamming exhaust and KO. But we saw a very interesting pick, and that's what these tournaments are all about, just seeing what everybody else would do and choose. Very nice job. Well done to both teams here, Nowhere and GCU.
That's very, very good.
Very good.
Yeah, so that does mean that GCU will be moving into the losers, the lower bracket, to face up against kaeyay and Citrus, Vitamin CK, Nifty Gang. So we'll be seeing them in the next round.
Hey, lovely. Looking forward to that. Okay, and then that means that Team Nowhere, am I right in saying advance or close?
Advance to the finals.
Yeah.
Yep. Team Nowhere will be advancing to the finals so far as our undefeated team.
Our first undefeated as well. Yeah, they've really been putting in work. That is impressive. First finalists. Right then. Lovely. So I think right now we're all good, and I think we're going to be passing it back to Lumini for some more interviews with Team Nowhere. Just a force of nature. So let's go ahead and pass that.
All right, so welcome back, everyone. It is your now interviewer, Lumini, and we have Team Nowhere with with Shinuchi and Onion. So, like, undefeated so far. How do y'all guys feel?
We're feeling pretty good at the moment, I would say.
Pretty much, pretty good with those 2 rounds.
Like, were y'all guys worried that y'all were gonna car at any point of the way, or were y'all just confident enough in your background on the game?
We were not too afraid to cart per se. We were afraid to cart to Barrioth more so because we were both bow users and having gunner defense being lower, from Blade Master. But we were more afraid of the Tigrex execution itself, like the Hame strats that we did in a way, to lock it down with, sleep, doing the true charge slash and all that. We were trying to practice that as much as possible to execute it. And we pulled it off. We were just like, we hoped that we would do it.
That was so sexy. Like, we were all just watching on the sidelines, and they're like, "Oh, they're putting him to sleep. Is he going to make the TCS wake up?" He did. It was so crazy and bonkers to see, and like Jao was saying, like, just the fact that y'all guys had to sleep at the very start, it just seemed to be very instrumental to help keep things rolling along. So, like, how often were y'all guys practicing that CC chain on Tigrex?
It was interesting, actually.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because like Shinuchi here, he asked me like a week ago, "Hey, you want to join the tournament?" I was like, "Sure." And then pretty much the next day, which was exactly a week ago on Saturday, we just started practicing all these monsters, and then we noticed Tigrex with the setup for bow, and then we came up with the idea, "Hey, let's just try bow and greatsword together, see if that'll work." And we kept practicing it over and over until we got some pretty good times on it.
Yep. You know what, man? I could tell you for sure that we can all see the practice that went into that, and for sure it paid off. Like, sexy execution with the sleep going into paralysis and KO. It was just so much fun to watch. Now, I do have a question, though.
Go ahead.
Why ban Zenogre?
Oh, that's an interesting question. A lot of the weapon matches were kind of weird in that quest, actually. Like, we were getting some fast times, but we found all the weapons to be inconsistent, if that makes sense. More so, like, we were going between, like, Charge Blade and Hunting Horn, or just, double sword and shield. We tried every single combination, but we just couldn't find a really good combination to really cinch it. And even then, with Zenogre's RNG, we found out that we can't get a consistent consistent time all the time. But when we do, we do. That's really it. So
completely understandable, man.
I don't know if you want to add something, Onion.
Yeah, to me, like, when we first looked at the weapons, I saw like, oh, there's longsword, but then I saw, oh, we don't have helm splitter.
Yep.
And so, like, using the other firebug skill, it kind of ruins the damage of longsword overall. So that even if we're doing consistent counters, that we just couldn't do the damage that we wanted, even if longsword comes with demon powder. It just didn't do the damage that we personally wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's very understandable. So, do you have any hopes for this next round?
Well,
or who are you worried that they might ban?
We kind of don't want to say it on stream.
We'll find out afterwards. But let's go ahead and wrap this up, and we'll go on to the next round.
All right, thank you.
To the next match, and good luck to y'all guys.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. My name is JalBagel, and I'm joined by Sarah Symmetry again for our next match of the day for the lower bracket round 2. Just like upper bracket round 2, we're going to be looking at Barioth, Zinogre, and Tigrex again. But this time around, we're going to be welcoming back the GCU and Vitamin CK Nifty Gang.
How you guys doing?
So,
Okay.
Sarah, what do you expect to see out of these games, right? Do you expect to see Tigrex again? Do you expect to see Barioth again, especially after that those first couple of hunts?
Yeah, that first one was Barioth was real nutty. Those tornadoes were definitely not a favorite of a lot of people. I'm going to be selfish. I'd like to see Zinogre. I think there's some cool stuff in there that the teams could take advantage of. And I mean, who doesn't love the Thunder Puppy, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
He's
absolutely
Thunderwolf. Looks cool. Yes.
To say, without further ado, let's just go right into it, right? So we've done our coin flip, and the winner this time around is going to be Vitamin CK Nifty Gang. So CK, what is your pick going to be for this first hunt?
Well, I think we decided since it's, it's for the content, we're going to pick the good boy doggo, Zinogre.
Yeah,
baby.
the good boy.
As in,
all
I'd
right.
love to hear it.
Well, we'll see you guys in the hunts here shortly. So Zinogre we haven't seen yet. We haven't seen him show up yet. Sword and Shield, Longsword, Hunting Horn, Charge Blade, and Light Bowgun.
Yes, some very interesting choices here. Sword and Shield, first of all, gets Metsu Shoryugeki, a very powerful counter move.
Especially against Zinogre.
Oh yes, it pretty much guarantees a KO at the start. If we see a Sword and Shield pick here, that's definitely going to be something that they'll want to take advantage of. Zinogre, of course, charges himself up, will leave himself open quite a bit. That's going to be a big opportunity for the team to get some damage in, start wailing away at him, but also an interesting thing they can focus on if they really, really go for it is that back leg. They can get a trip out of it. They work very hard, so maybe we'll see some of that knowledge there, maybe not. I'm very, very interested in seeing what they can match up with. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, this may be the first time we've seen a Charge Blade pick as well. So looking forward for that.
Yeah, this is the first time so far that Charge Blade has been up on the tables for a grab. And it's a Nargacuga Charge Blade at that.
Oh god, you mean the literal best in slot Charge Blade for Spinning Slash? Oh boy.
Yep.
It's a very strong choice.
It is just there, and we do see GCU hovering it. This is Priest's main weapon, and it would be very shocking to not see it grabbed here.
Yeah, I personally would love to see it as well. Not only that, but there are going to be a few interesting choices with the Hunting Horn. The Hunting Horn now gets attack up songs as well, so that's going to be an actual boost for party members. Looks as though we have got a Charge Blade selection, so I'm very excited to see if they decide to pair that with the Hunting Horn. I think that's going to be the strongest combination out of all of the options we've got here.
And we were talking about this earlier too, that the Longsword might be kind of a trick, right? A trap kind of pick. So we'll see how they fare against this Zinogre, and let's get this match started.
And away we go. Yeah, so this Longsword doesn't come with too many offensive skills and doesn't have that Helm Breaker attack, but immediately we can see that GCU picking the Charge Blade Hunting Horn combination, and from what I can see, it's Hunting Horn and Longsword for Vitamin CK, so let's see how they're going to go about this.
Especially for Preast and Princess on GCU, these are their two main weapons, so I expect to see a lot of comfort coming out of them in a lot of aggressive plays, right? This is something that they're going to be used to. This isn't off picks. These should be comfort picks, and arguably some of the better picks in this match.
Oh, definitely. Now we can see here Zinogre already for Team GCU getting his second charge up in. You can see how long he leaves himself open for. Of course, getting that distance and a sleep. The sleep knife being utilized. Are we going to see an SAED from GCU? I think it's going to be their most powerful option. But he goes
taking
for the
a lot of time
instead.
to set up on this.
And
oh no, where was that one going?
I couldn't say for certain. Looks as though they're just going to have to settle for the sword wake up. What a huge upset there for GCU. That SAED can be a little bit tricky to aim at times. Very unlucky.
We do have a Wyvern ride already on for Team CK.
That is impressive. And a KO as well from on Zenogre. Very powerful. If they can land a couple of Sakura slashes here, it might be some good damage.
We see that Infernal Melody activated too.
Yep, also getting
That's going to be a huge damage buff for them.
Oh, and a nasty Paw Slam there as well. We were talking about how this longsword was a little bit of a trap because it doesn't have too many offensive skills, but in combination with the Hunting Horn, it still can put out respectable damage because it is, after all, a longsword. So we all know how powerful that can be. We'll look back over at Team GCU. I don't know if you can see this, Bagel, but they finally managed to get the spinning slash working. Everything seems to be pretty good there so far.
We also are looking now at kaeyay is getting dangerously close to that green sharpness level for his longsword. Ooh, and a bit of a stun there too.
Ooh, unfortunate.
And you can actually see, Citrus try to knock him out of it before Zenogre jumps on him, but just a little too late there.
Just a little bit too late, but it does show they've got their head screwed on the right way. You got to be aware of what your teammates doing as well in a matchup like this with Thunderblight. A stun could mean the end of it. So, right, moving on very respectful here.
Priest putting in some damage on that back leg. Yeah, maybe he knows something that we do, and he's going to put some effort into that back leg. Big SAED. Oh, but just off the mark.
Zenogre foresight slashing him. Clearly, Zenogre's a longsword main here. It's the only
king of position.
And then another KO coming off. You can see that Thunderblight really is nasty when Zenogre gets charged up here. Oh, and a cart from Princess.
Feint from Princess.
That's
going to put them significantly behind, but we do not see a blue skull out of either team yet. Both teams just trying to get control of this Zenogre, and he is not cooperating.
This guy is fast. One thing I don't know if you can see for GCU, the size of that Zenogre as well. It looks as though they've gotten a little bit unlucky with the big one there, making it a bit more difficult to hit the head and get around those front limbs as well. You really do want the smallest Zenogre possible, which is why so many people love that Mega Man event.
Yeah. No, the Mega Man event quest.
The tiny babies.
It really just gives you that little baby puppo.
It's just like, here you go, put down this dog. All right.
Okay. We do have a pitfall trap coming out of GCU. That's a fantastic opening. Just to get a little more control over this monster, get that head threshold or an arm threshold back up. We can see a little bit of an exhaust.
Wyvern ride.
Oh, no, that's what that was. That was a Wyvern ride. Nice. That's actually a great setup for that.
I think that was a combination pitfall trap into Wyvern ride. That was very
that's fantastic. Nice. That's a huge opening for Priest to aim on that head. Still no blue skull though out of either team.
Not yet.
Looking at kaeyay.
Charged. Okay. And we do also have the Hellfire Cloak. Very clever. Okay.
Great Hellfire topple there.
Amazing. Now, they only get one of those per hunt, but it was a good use. And a blue skull for Vitamin CK as well. So it's as though they are heading out slightly on damage.
Now, remind me, the Hellfire Cloak activates based on health? Because now we've seen a proc on him again. Or is that just a timed thing?
Part of me, no, it's a very irrelevant skill, I'll be honest with you, Bagel, but I believe it activates due to Enrage and maybe due to evasions.
Okay.
But essentially what it adds up to is if you combine it with Magnum Arlo weapons, which unfortunately isn't the case with this longsword, but if you combine it with that, you get an attack boost, and it can also guarantee one very short top punt. Looking over at Priest and Princess, still no blue skull for their Zenogre.
It just came up.
Just pops. There we go. I predicted.
Blue skull pops up there. Vitamin CK finishing out their hunt as well. We'll see their time here in a second. So that does mean that GCU is just behind about 30% damage.
But a lot of unfortunate,
a lot of unfortunate SAED placements coming out of the CB. Sometimes that can just happen. You know, you get a little bit of the tournament jitters, or just a little bit out of pace with the monster, and these just these small adjustments turn into mistakes.
And they can snowball very easily. We saw how terrible that Thunderblight was affecting them earlier on. On top of that as well, I have to say I don't think this Charge Blade set is made for SAED. You really want to focus on that spinning slash.
Yeah, for sure.
unfortunate attacks by Zenogre here. Let's just see if, with the tired Zenogre, how long it'll take. And there
we go.
Very nice. It's
Coming out with a 608 to a 505.
Very nice. Very nice.
So Vitamin CK will take that match, meaning they get to ban a hunt, and the GCU will get to pick the next one. They've been getting to pick a lot of them. They've been picking a lot of their quests. They've been getting lucky with coin flips and just kind of setting up for their best case of success. So it'll be interesting to see which options they go here coming into this next part. Because reminder, if they lose this next one, they are out of the bracket and they will not be progressing to the finals. So it'd be great to see if they can possibly set up a good pick for themselves, win this next one, and we can get a third game into one of these matches.
I think I'm right in saying that will be the first time we go to a third round as well.
Yeah. So it'll just be interesting to see how they're able to pick that. So I believe we got both teams here. So Vitamin CK, you guys won that round. Which quest would you like to ban?
I think we're going to ban Tigrex because we think he's annoying.
Tigrex it is. All right. So that leaves very Barioth and Zenogre left over for the GCU to choose from then.
I mean, we're gonna have to choose Barioth.
Oh yeah.
Zenogre's just no. Yeah.
Yeah, the Zenogre can be a little chaotic sometimes. So we'll see you both back in Barioth then. All right.
Very interesting choice then. So Barioth, I think GCU faced off against earlier, and as we remember, they were getting thrown around a lot by those tornadoes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be interesting to see if they'll go for the bow setup. I believe it was bow hunting horn.
Yeah, it was bow hunting horn during their Barioth fight, which is interesting too because CB is available in that selection. SNS, Gunlance, Hunting Horn, Charge Blade, and Bow to remind everyone again. And the CB setup is there. I just wonder if there is some Silkbind choices or some item choices that, instigated that bow pick instead. I guess the bow does have the CC that it can use a little bit during that hunt too, doesn't it? Or was that the one that just had power coatings?
I believe this one only had power coatings. At most, I would say there would be a power or sleep on there, but we could see it was doing fairly decent damage to the base, but that requires Barioth's attention on you, and in a multiplayer hunt, that's not something you're going to be looking at too often. I'd like to see different weapons. So I mentioned before the Sword and Shield was a very, very strong looking pick. The gun lance looks good. The charge blade is going to be a risky pick if they decide to go for that.
I'm with you. I would love to see that gun lance. We haven't really talked about it too much, but that is a wide gun lance that pairs really well with the worm stake and possibly a KO that comes off of that worm stake. You pair that up with another weapon that's dealing bludgeoning damage, that KO damage, and you could possibly get yourself 2 KOs during the entirety of the hunt. Not to mention hitting the file damage on the wings to get easier breaks. That could lead up a potent combination.
Definitely, yeah. Definitely. Right, so I think we've got confirmation that the teams are ready to go. Barioth round 2. Let's see what they're going to pick.
Already see both teams hovering bows here.
Hovering
so
bows,
far,
sticking with what you know.
Yeah, so far, same tricks as before. GCU loads in with bow and hunting horn again. So let's see if they can't follow up that their performance from last time. Maybe polish it up some.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing a bow and hunting horn pick from both sides here. So very interesting choice. I don't believe that this hunting horn gets attack boosting stuns, but again, KO and stamina drain is going to be very useful. I think one of the main things we've been seeing people get tagged by is that quick forward jump Barioth has. It's not powerful, but it is annoying. So they'll do good to avoid that. Okay. Just checking out Team CK got Barioth to enraged state. Unfortunately, didn't get the dodge roll through the raw, but let's see how we're doing. You've really got to just watch out for that first break and see who's going to get it, because they'll be at a real advantage here.
Yeah, the first break really will set the entire pace of the match. Once you get that, you can really start focusing on your next break or on a KO on the head, setting up your other forms of CC. That's a little backflip coming out of kaeyay there. I love
a bit of style there. Style for the
Yeah.
crowd. I like it. I have to say though, looking at this, no wonder you feel the way about Barioth that you do. This guy's hyperactive. He moves
non-stop. What's insane about Barioth too is that a lot of his moves do not have ending lag animations, especially in high rank. This monster just moves non-stop. And the lag that he does have, I mean, you can even see there, he goes in from a hip check to another hip check to a reposition to a jump. He's going to turn here, probably do another hip check.
Yep.
He's predictable.
This guy is crazy. I love it. I can't believe you managed to get a barrier off to read the script before we started. That's insane.
He's just supposed to help me out. Preast struggling with the Ice Blight here. No wire bugs available at all. And he's pretty low on stamina, especially with this Barioth jumping around the way he is. He's playing a very dangerous game. No stamina, no wire bugs.
Yeah, and we can see from CK, they managed to get their first knockdown. Looks like it's the Tusks. I think one of the things I've been seeing here, Bagel, is that the Hunting Horn user is playing catch-up a lot since Barioth is chasing down the bow user a lot. Maybe we might not be able to see as much of that KO or stamina CC as we thought.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate with the Pierce bow setup because this is kind of a mid to far range weapon. Your critical distance is actually really far away from the monster. Nice reposition from kaeyay there, just to make sure that he avoids that slam.
CK, if you can see, I've now got the blue skull on their screen, so they are flying ahead. We're not seeing too many topples, but it looks as though they're doing very consistent damage.
There
and
it
he's
is.
down.
Nice.
Impressive. That looks to be 2 minutes 41 of very, very fast time there. And you can see the sticker spam on the screen.
Celebrating
Lovely.
with the sticker spam.
That was a
GCU
good time.
still pushing out the damage onto this monster. It just looks like that Preast is mostly having trouble aiming up the Pierce shots where he gets caught on the side of the monster instead, so staying straight down. But they did get that leg topple, so it's going to give him an opportunity to aim on that head and chest.
Yep, absolutely. And a leg topple is much bigger than a tusk one on Barioth. It means that a lot of follow-up moves. Like this one, you see a lot of ending lag there. Very, very big. And they've hit the skull as well. Be nice.
The Wyvern right here too will set up really good we'll set up a really good knockdown for them to take advantage as long as they hit all 3 of these hits, which Princess has been doing. She got 2 of them there, so they'll get a moderate knockdown, but not the longest one that they could get.
But now's a good time to just pump out as much damage as possible. And here comes another tornado. That's been a real problem for a lot of the bow users. Barioth's AI just tagging those long range hunters and taking them out with the tornadoes. Really something you got to watch out for there.
There is the kill, 355. Still
Impressive.
a solid performance from the GCU. Yeah, all of these times are still falling within that S rank, which is still great to see from these hunters.
Definitely. And I believe they're all been S ranks so far. Yep, 341 falls under that 4 minutes. It's very good to see. Very well fought by GCU there. It's just that long range AI from Barioth has been a bit of a trouble in Tag and Quest, I think.
Yep. But it has been great to have the GCU on here. Unfortunately, that does mean they are eliminated from the tournament. It is a double elimination, and losing in the lower bracket does mean you are eliminated from it. We will see Vitamin CK, Nifty Gang move on to the that's to the finals.
To the finals.
Yeah, that's
going
to be to the finals.
Yep.
Yeah, so we have
Nowhere and Vitamin CK are our new finals. Very, very impressive stuff. So I believe at this time, just for it. Yep, that's fine. So I think at this point we can pass them off to Lumini, get them all set up, and hear from Vitamin CK how they felt about that barrier.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Lumini here as the interviewer. This time with my co-host Palico Baker. He decided to invade my desk today. Now we have a Vitamin CK Nifty Gang as our winners for the lower bracket. All right, boys. All right, so the
If that's too long, you can always do #VCKNG. It's a lot shorter.
No, you have to say the whole thing. I'm sorry.
I'm on that boat too. I gotta say the whole thing. It just flows so well, and there's just that impact that's there, especially with the Nifty Gang part.
True.
But
Thank you.
Y'all guys are on the redemption arc. Y'all went from the bottom of the lower ring, and now you're climbed all the way back up to your finals match. How do y'all feel?
More awake.
Yeah, like I think for like me and like probably for Kay, like we had to shake off the nerves a little bit because like this is I've never done speed runs of Monster Hunter before. Like this is my first time ever speed running, and like Kay and I, we got like a ton of practice in, but also we're very sleep deprived.
Oh Lord.
She's doing great though.
That's actually kind of crazy. Like for your first couple speed runs, you decide like, well, a tournament, why not?
Yeah, because like
and she picked up Hunting Horn for this too.
Yeah, I did. I actually picked up Hunting Horn just for this.
That's insane.
But yeah, because like Kay had reached out. He's like, "You want to duo?" And I was like, "Are you sure?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Are you really sure?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I was like, "We're gonna lose." Like,
No, I thought it'd be fun because you did say you wanted to get more involved with Monster Hunter stuff too.
That's true. Yeah. But no, it's been really, really fun. Like, I'm very glad he invited me to be his partner. I'm glad
you accepted.
Glad we crawled away back up to the finals.
I mean, did y'all guys ever think that y'all were going to get to the finals, or were y'all going? Or what did y'all guys predict y'all were going to play?
I mean, we honestly didn't know because I was only familiar with like maybe a few people in this roster, and I didn't even know like how versed they were in Monster Hunter, like Citrus even less so. So we tried to do like whatever research we can, you know. It's like, oh, who means what? What are we gonna pick for these people because they're obviously they seem to be good at this weapon and such. Well, but I think at this point it's more so we're just enjoying the hunts and being in the moment.
Well,
yeah, we were
research definitely paid off.
We were joking around. We were like, "Oh, should I FBI this?" And I was like, "Nah, we're not gonna FBI this." Like.
So was there a pick that y'all guys were worried about?
I think so Tigrex and Barioth, right? They both have bow, which I guess you guys have seen I'm pretty okay with. The thing is, like, the Citrus has never tried bow before, and she said she was willing to give it a shot, but bow's really squishy. But also bow, for me, in my opinion at least, in the arenas is one of the fastest weapons. So it's really like a high risk, high reward kind of thing. I wasn't sure if we were going to go that route, but I guess it worked out for now.
It did, because like with Barioth, I tried both Hunting Horn and bow, and we were kind of like getting like okayish results, and then literally as we were practicing, we got our PB, and I was running Hunting Horn and bow, and like that Barioth was just super tame for some reason, like just like sat there, and I was like, whoa, I hope he does that for the next one, and then he did. Like,
Jesus.
I mean, what can I say? The Hunting Horn support really does help it out, with Hunting Horn being able to provide CC in the form of KO,
definitely,
of exhaust staggers, and not only that, but also in the form of getting that Wyvern ride because of the Earth Shaker. So, if anything, I would say you chose very well with the Hunting Horn, and it definitely helped out the overall team for sure. Now, I'm gonna have to go ahead and wrap this up so that we can keep on going for the finals. So y'all guys ready?
Yeah,
it's gonna be fun.
Heck yeah.
I'm rooting for all you guys. Like, I don't care who wins, but I'll just say this for sure. It's been so fantastic watching y'all guys. Like, I'm really happy that this event is going on, just so I can see more speedruns, because I watch enough speedruns as it is. Having to moderate the Rise leaderboard, but just to see it live and in action and on the spot, super awesome. And I'm so happy I got to see y'all guys.
Yeah, and thank
Good
you
luck
all
with
for
the
hosting as well. Production values are great.
No, this
whole
is
event
absolutely
great.
wonderful.
All right. Well, to y'all guys later.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. This time we have Team GCU, who put up a very, very valiant fight against the Nifty Gang. Now, I gotta say, like, I was extremely excited to see the Charge Blade come out. But I'm not gonna lie, that it hurt, and I know for sure that it must have hurt you a lot.
So bad.
Ultras and stuff.
I was like, no. Of all the times to have the wrong input come through, and it was just like, oh my god. And then, like, as I'm walking up and trying to get the correct distance to open up to, you know, to do the wake up SAD, and my dude's like, oh, we're gonna put the weapon up now. This is fine. I was like, oh my god, no. Like, why would you do it? But yeah. It was,
and then top it off, like the oversensitivity that Charge Blade seems to have at times whenever you're aiming those. Like, I could tell at moments it really messed you up.
Yeah, it really did. It's hard to control. That's why since we started playing Rise, I've mainly been playing Axe Hopper. But unfortunately, that wasn't one of the selections. So, you know, you just got to go with what you got the best chances with, I guess.
That's completely true, and I think a lot of my axe hopper friends would also be sad with you too that there wasn't an axe hopper choice. And then as for hunting horn, so do you normally run beads of resonance, or are you more of an earth shaker type of person?
No, I am definitely more of an earth shaker. I had literally just learned how to use the bead on Thursday when we started prepping for the speed run because like we only had about like 2 days of prep.
Yeah, like Beck hit us up on Wednesday and he's like, "Hey, I want to do this." And we're like, "Thursday's the day we become speedrunners." So like we said in the past interview, that's why we really tried to lock down all the fights in round 1. But yeah, these are it's just tough monsters to fight.
It is.
Sure.
Especially Zenogre. I hate Zenogre.
Especially like
everywhere.
With Tigrex as well, I only ever use Hunting Horn and Insect Glaive, so having to use a different weapon that I have no idea what I'm doing was definitely a change up for me.
Oh, I bet. So were you happy to not fight Tigrex then?
Actually, to be completely honest, out of all of our practicing, and I can't stand Tigrex, out of all of our practicing, Tigrex gave us our best time. That's why we actually went out the gate with Tigrex.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But it did not come through again for us.
It did not.
Man.
It's not.
It's just one of those things. But
and that's when you're like, screw it, bury off.
Hey.
If we're not having a good time, y'all guys aren't having a good time.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's just 3 tough monsters to fight. But
for sure,
we had a really good time though. Really glad to participate in this. And
it was definitely a blast watching y'all guys too.
Yeah, I'm glad that we put on a good show for the first round because this last round.
I gotta say, both rounds are pretty darn hype, if I have to say.
Yeah.
And I could definitely tell like the amount of coordination that y'all both naturally have with each other. Like like through like some of the whiffs and the mess ups, usually like the other one would come in from behind and end up picking up on that to help out. And I think the recovery aspect of it definitely helped y'all guys.
We're always going to have good hunt chemistry because we're married, we stream together, we're a couples channel, we hunt together all the time, so like we often know how to pick up slack when the other one, like for example in round 1 with her about to die, she's like, "I'm about to die," and I was just like spraying the recovery ammo.
Awesome.
It's stuff you think up on the fly when you hunt together a lot.
Oh, for sure. All right, so we're just going to go ahead and wrap this up so that we can go ahead and get on to the finals. But I want to say thank y'all guys for coming and thank y'all for showing up for this event.
Hey, thank y'all for having us. It's super fun to come out and compete, and hopefully this will be something that y'all do in the future and continue on with this. And we would love to participate in future events as well. This was super fun, and shout out to all the participants. I mean, this is super fun.
Thank you guys again so much for the invitation.
Yeah.
And honestly, I can't wait to see y'all guys next time.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be fun. We're gonna be better practiced for sure.
Well, hopefully, I'll definitely be seeing more of y'all guys around. Even if I don't see y'all guys like in streams or whatever, maybe I'll end up finding a run or two y'all guys will possibly eventually do in the future.
Mm-hmm. Most definitely.
All right.
Welcome everybody to the finals of the MHSR Rise Invitational Tournament. We have come a long way since the beginning of this tournament. My name is JalBagel and I am joined by Sarah Cemetery to bring you this exciting conclusion to this onslaught, this gauntlet of hunting.
Yeah, definitely. There's been a lot of teams coming and going, a lot of big upsets, a lot of huge dominant hunts as well. Can't believe we're here. Team Nowhere versus Team Vitamin CK are our finalists. So with this one, we're going to be changing it up a little bit. You're going to see two quests that you may have already seen before. That is, I believe, Tigrex and Zenoga are part of the picks. But we've got two new additions this time. And we're going to have the flagship himself, Magnamalo, and then a bit of a left field choice in Rachna Kadaki. So yeah, there's going to be a few interesting things about these hunts, Bagel, I think.
Yeah, for sure. You know, we've already seen Zenogre and Tigrex. Let's talk about Magnamalo and Rachna Kadaki a little bit. Magnamalo gives the hunters choices between dual blades, long swords, hammer, switch axe, and light bowgun. And just Magnamalo itself is, I mean, personally, a fun monster to fight. He has his own built-in topple mechanic, and then also the Hellfire mechanic. Just a free, oh, you get blighted, I get to put this thing on the ground, you run into it or I hit it and you fall over too. That's a new opening. That's huge.
Yeah, definitely. So we may actually see players intentionally take a hit from one of the weaker Hellfire attacks, maybe an orb or something like that, to get a free knockdown. Now, it is a shorter knockdown, but it can very well change the momentum of the fight. Honestly, I do think the main thing they're going to be focusing on here is that big Hellfire explosion topple. Not only is it a big amount of time for Magna to be open, but it does a decent amount of damage as well. So yeah, there's some very, very exciting picks here. My favorite, we spoke about this when we were setting this up, Bagel, but the hammer is just ridiculous. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. It is I believe it's full Nagakuga, and it has evasion 5 and evade window 3. So it's going to be rushing around, rolling through everything with that little charge step. Getting in and out like choice. It's so silly. It's the silliest set I've ever seen, and also looks like a lot of fun. Are there any weapons you think sort of stand out to you here, then, Bagel?
I mean, I see switch axe, I play switch axe. I'm a very simple person, but that also just comes from how Magnamalo fights and how most monsters in high rank fight. They like to move around a bunch, and switch axe is the weapon that literally sticks itself to the monster. You can't miss if you're ZSDing it, and I'm pretty sure that that's an option for that switch axe. If it's not, compressed elemental discharge is still really cool. You get armor frames on it. If you could time that up with certain Magnamalo explosions and you have enough health, you might be able to set up some really neat knockdowns and some neat topples.
Sorry about that, Bagel. Looks as though I'm having a little bit of issues on my end. Are you getting me now?
I'm getting you now, loud and clear.
Sorry about that, chat. Just a little bit of a slight blackout. But yeah, Switch X definitely, I'm assuming, was the last thing we were going off of here.
Yup.
Of course it was. Let Bagel talk about Switch X, and of course he's going to go for it. Light Bowgun looking very entertaining, and the dual blades having a very high amounts of paralysis attack, as well as the Paranite. We might be able to see 2 paralysis in this hunt. Very exciting choices here. Very, very exciting choices. Okay.
Let's talk about Rachna Kadaki.
Oof. Oh, are we?
Let's talk about Rachna.
What a weird monster. What a weird thing this spider is. What a very strange spider.
This monster has shifting hit zones. You go from the gown phase, which has silk on the legs, which are decent hit zones, to the egg sac, which is the only good hit zone on the monster, and it's really only okay. The head hit zone, amazing, but Sarah and I were talking about this beforehand, and I have just learned it disappears when its head is not exposed, and so it's not always an option.
It's stupid. So whenever Rachna extends her neck or falls over from the top, that head hit zone is 50 for cut, 60 for blunt. It's active, it's there, you can do damage to it. But let's say you shot a sticky shot into it. The sticky's in there, she retracts her head, the hit zone disappears, goes away. So for a lot of this fight, the hunters are going to be dealing with below 45 hit zone values, which not mean to crunch numbers is rubbish. Awful. Terrible hit zones. Does not activate weakness exploit. It's just really, really bad to go for. But it looks as though they have sort of adjusted for that, and we've got Gun Lance and Axe Hopper Charge Blade as 2 of the big choices here. yeah, fixed damage, doesn't care about hit zones. Going to be very instrumental in getting those parts broken. And I think the Axe Hopper is going to benefit if their teammate gets targeted a lot, so they can just stand behind her and slam out those files if they land.
Absolutely. The other weapon choices that we have here are also Longsword, Insect Glaive, and Heavy Bowgun being a Pierce build. So we'll see if those actually get chosen here in this next round. And let's get it started. Let's welcome in Vitamin CK, our lower bracket contender, and Team Nowhere, our undefeated upper bracket finalist. So we've gone ahead and done a coin toss off screen, and Vitamin CK, you were the coin toss winner. What is going to be your first pick out of the 4 quests here for the finals? Reminder, these are best of five matches, and Vitamin CK, you guys are the lower bracket contender. You have to win twice of these best of fives. Just keep that in mind.
I think now that we're in the grand finals, we're sort of shaking off all the adrenaline. We just want to like put on a good show, right? So we're gonna go for something new, and pick the Spider Girl.
No,
Spider it is.
Kadaki.
Good old Rachna. All right, well, you guys get set up on that. We'll be joining you here shortly.
I got to be honest, Bagel, I'm very excited for this. Looking at all of these sets in getting set up for this is seeing all the choices for Rachna. I'm very excited.
And all of them are really, they're decent choices, right? I mean, you have a long 5 artillery, a long 5 gun lance with artillery 3. It's still decent full burst play, but even if you just stick with long shelling and stand on next to one of the legs, you can push out a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. It is the Howitzer, I believe. So it does have slightly lower sharpness, so they're going to want to keep up that sharpness with the guard edge. But yeah, really what we're looking for is a decent cycle from breaking 2 legs, going into the egg state, getting as much damage on that egg sac as possible, and then immediately going back to the legs when she shifts. It's juggling those two modes and really grouping up to see how well these two do in their teams. So so as a refresher for those rules or the requirements for the lower and upper bracket to win, I believe what you mentioned was the lower bracket needs to win both best of 5s, and
Correct.
The upper bracket only needs to win 1. So they're sort of on the back foot here with the lower bracket.
Yep, this is a true double elimination bracket tournament, so that means you can only lose twice until you're eliminated. Since Vitamin CK Nifty Gang has lost already 1 match and they are reaching the finals as or in the lower bracket, they have to be super careful about their picks and have to be smart, just about their matchups here. Are they going to pick things that they know that they can be aggressive with, or are they going to try to make selections that might give their team, their competitor, a harder matchup?
Definitely. Now looking at the screens here, we can see hovering over Heavy Bowgun, and we've also got essentially an Insect Glaive pick. He was checking out Charge Blade for a bit. Let's see what they choose. Okay, so Team Nowhere and Team Min CK. I think we're ready.
I think we are ready too.
And away we go.
They are off. So we know we at least got an IG and we at least got an HBG.
Yeah.
Let's see what else these teams are bringing in.
Okay, so it looks as though
double IG,
double Insect Glaive, and double Heavy Bowgun. Wow, for Nowhere, that is interesting. So we're doubling down on both of these weapons.
Doubling down on Pierce.
Yeah, that's
gonna be wild.
Let's see how well this does. I believe this bowgun does also have freezing ammo and pierce freezing. So with Rachna being very, very weak to ice, could be a good choice here. Oh, that's actually very impressive Insect Glaive play there from Vitamin CK. That's aerial levels with the diving wyvern. Looking at that, look at Kay go ahead and get those levels up.
Not to mention the blast proc coming off of the diving wyvern there too at the same time. Diving wyvern hit for a little over 200, but then the blast proc also hitting for a little over 200. So if they can get those blast procs off, they're going to be able to keep up a lot of aggression that HBG would normally have over other weapons.
Oh, absolutely. Shifting over to Team Nowhere, we can see they've already gotten their first wyvern ride. Some big wall bangs here at the start is really going to help. They chose not to go for that final one with an extra wire bug, but They've got themselves a nice open target and a Wyvern Snipe. Very good, right into her face. That's very, very well played.
They are playing super aggressive and super upfront against this creature.
And,
They are getting pushed into a wall, though, so now they're getting to a really scary situation, especially for gunners, where they are separating themselves out. But if when you're Pierce, you really don't care about which angle you're coming from, as long as you're hitting the longest angle of the monster.
Absolutely. So we can see around the same time as well, both Rachnas have now shifted into their egg phase. So that giant egg sac there is the best hit zone they can attack for at least Blade Masters. Be interesting to see how the gunners handle this one. Might be worth shifting over to ice ammo at this point, pending. And a huge egg break there from Vitamin CK. So Rachna's now going to go back.
336.
You saw that
diving wyvern. That was huge. And what's really nice to notice about these two is that they are assist bugs. So they're getting extra damage when they do diving wyvern, and they're getting extra damage when they do tornado slash. Very, very nice. Extra KO damage even too. And it'd be really interesting to see if they can actually pull off one of these KOs.
Really, really would be. Here's another difficult part of Rachna as well that they have to deal with. The insect glaives, I think, might have a better time because they can just jump over these fire AoEs, and they're a bit of a non-issue. Honestly, I'm impressed with how Kay is staying up in the air here. It's some very impressive aerial maneuvers, which of course Rise does point insect glaive a little bit more towards that.
Yep, absolutely. What's also great too about this matchup for kaeyay is that Insect Glaive is definitely one of his more comfortable weapons. Between this and bow, I would say that he has found a nice comfort. And on an endgame monster like this is generally what people expect to play and expect to fight. And so coming into this, getting out of all of those early game monsters you might not have as much familiarity with, and then finally getting to, a Rachna Kadaki. Big wyvern right there, finally from Vitamin C. Oh wait, no, that's just an exhaust. I thought that was a wyvern ride. No, we're just hanging out with this. That's great.
That assist bug may have played a bit of a part here. Very, very good. One thing that's worth noting as well about this Insect Glaive is that we spoke about Rachna's terrible hit zones. This Insect Glaive has Mind's Eye 3 on there, so for these terrible hit zones, it does get a bit of a damage boost.
Blue Skull on Team Nowhere now. They're getting close to the end. Pierce just shredding through these monsters.
I've got to say, that is very surprising.
I'm really surprised by that too.
The damage numbers from the Insect Glaive, and then now the early Blue Skull. But I guess that's the power when you've got Pierce on your side. Small numbers do add up. Blue Skull now on on Vitamin CK as well. It's coming down to the wire. It's relatively close. Let's see. Shifting over to the egg mode. Oh, and Team Nowhere get the kill at the start. See how they're doing on CK. See if we can get the time off of Team Nowhere here.
Yeah, we'll get there in a second. Just a lot of aerial play, and it's generally the lower kind of DPS style staying up in the air, but getting up that level 3 DT is so potent. 422 from Vitamin CK, and we're going to see a 404 from Team Nowhere. That's a very close margin given the disparity between given the huge difference between DPS and at least perceived DPS for these weapons, right?
Yeah.
That only, what is that, 18 seconds? That is that is a close match.
That is very close. I am very surprised by that. I was seeing orange numbers left and right coming from the Insect Glaive team, but no, it looks as though just slow, steady, dependable, going with that heavy bowgun. And I don't believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe we saw a wyvern ride on the Rachna for CK.
Yeah, no, we didn't. Yeah, so, and especially, and that's actually really weird, especially when you have all those aerial attacks dealing that damage. Unless we were just focused elsewhere and we didn't see that, and maybe they just went for like a single hit on the wall bang. It was a very, very clean run from both of those, right? Seeing kaeyay being able to keep up the pressure on Insect Glaive, but I mean, Pierce bowgun, it really does just keep consistent damage.
Yeah, and some very impressive counter shots as well. The heavy bowgun being able to tank and shoot back from that sweeping fire beam that Rachna does would definitely help the hunters be a little bit safer there. So, yeah, very, very well done. Very close down to the wire. That was very, very good. I enjoyed that.
So going up into the next hunt, we now have Team Nowhere up 1 to Vitamin CK 0 for right now. Remember, best of 5, first Hunter party. To 3 is going to be our champion. That does mean Team Nowhere gets to ban one of our 4 hunts for this round. Team Nowhere, which hunt is going to be your ban?
Zinogre.
Zinogre, okay. So that leaves Vitamin CK Nifty Gang. That leaves you 3 rather large picks this next hunt.
In that case, I think we're gonna go Magnum Olive and give them the flagship.
Let's go, bringing the flagship to the finals.
I think everybody wanted to see Magnum Mallow. I think that's a good pick, and I think chat will be very happy about that.
Absolutely. All right, well, we'll see you guys in the next hunt. Magnum Mallow is going to be a fantastic fight. I love fighting Magnum Mallow. Now that I understand it, I love fighting Magnum Mallow, right? It's one of those monsters where, you first get introduced to it, and it is just an onslaught of attacks and just constant pressure on a hunter. But the moment you start to slow it down and take your time, all of Magnum Mallow's openings begin to suddenly appear.
Yeah, it's got very, very clear patterns. I'm very, very well versed with Magnum Mallow. I spent 2 weeks at one time grinding out a Charge Blade run, desperately trying to get sub 4. So I like to think that I'm fairly familiar with the guy. He is a very, very fun monster, very clear patterns. Once you get used to them, a lot of the jumping around and the explosions and jetting around like an out of control tiger. A lot of it's for show. You just got to focus on what the attack is at the end and capitalize on that. One of the big attacks I think they're going to have to learn to deal with, depending on their pick, it's going to be that big shotgun blast. You can iframe it. Very difficult to do so, but Magnum Mallow has tons of cooldown time afterwards, so we will have to see. So,
yeah, for sure. Yeah,
and
we're
this,
looking
of course, the dual blades. We come back to it every time.
Every single time. We're looking at dual blades with paralysis attack on them. I really want to see someone use this, right? I want to see this pick so badly.
Yeah, and then of course there's the ridiculous hammer with all of the evasion.
Hammer. Literally instant transmission hammer, evade window 5, evade distance 3, instant transmission hammer. You're gonna charge, dodge all the time with this thing and just be on the other side of Magnum Allen. Magnum Allen, yeah, that's the guy. I think there are actually emails that move slower than this hammer does. It's that crazy. it's that powerful, But of course, the longsword is there, and just did a bit of research before these quests were chosen. You can duo longsword this guy, and some high-level players have managed to get it down under a minute 20. The longsword pick is especially strong in this case, so it'll be interesting to see if they go for double that or even pick the hammer for the KO. I mean, it's really funny you're saying that. We're looking at both of our players, both of our teams' selections right now. Each of them is hovering a longsword, and it's interesting to point out with this too. This is a longsword with the basic high rank hunter's gear. Their defense is not that high, so they're going to have to really pay attention to their play and their health while they're doing this, because a lot of the longsword counters, they don't end with iframes, they end with armor.
And
so they finish
once again.
These attacks, they finish, but you still can end up getting hit after that.
Yep, definitely. I think I'm back with you now, Bagel. Apologies for that, but longsword having a lot of evasive options is going to help them out here, and they need to take full use of that to take Magnum Mallow down. Let's see
how they fare. Yeah. Yep, let's get them into it. And they're off. So we've already seen one longsword for one player. It looks like kaeyay and Citrusine are taking the dual blades, and you love to see it. That's actually going to be insane openings if kaeyay can keep up the pressure with his red gauge, and he can take advantage of the openings that the dual blades will create. That'll be awesome.
Yep, and it looks as though on the other side we're going for a double longsword setup here. kaeyay really, really going aggressive here. Landing these EI slashes is going to be very important, but got to make sure you get the timing down for that.
For sure.
Now let's see how long it'll take for us to get our first paralysis here.
Yeah, that's what I'm really looking out for.
Oh, kaeyay just got out of it. Thought kaeyay was getting tagged by the high rank pin there. But no, and going for the Hellfire knockdown. So you mentioned you get one of those if you get hit by Magnamallo's Hellfire attacks, and they chose to take this one.
Nice head flinch there, breaking the Hellfire on Magnamallo's head. Looking at Team Nowhere, we're setting up a bunch of knockdowns here. That looked like a Hellfire topple, and now they're just laying into the head. kaeyay hitting that red gauge.
Oh, synchronized EI, you love to see it. That is amazing. There is something beautiful about dual longsword gameplay where everything is all synchronized up, because it's such a procedural weapon. EIing, there we go, EIing the Hellfire there, and it looks as though Team CK have gotten their Wyvern Ride all done and dusted as well. Beautiful. Magna's locked in place for a little bit here. God, there is so much happening. Magna's such a fast
so much happening
with these longswords as well. Going for some really good EIs coming out here from Shinuchi. Yeah. That is very good to see. EIing the Hellfire gas, and it looks as though they've gotten their Wyvern Ride as well.
That's actually a great setup for that Wyvern Ride too. He timed the finisher for the Spirit Slash combo to get his red gauge on the hit to ride that Wyvern Ride. So with base Rise right now, we only have we are forced to take that Wyvern Ride, right? With the addition of Sunbreak, we'll have that option. But right now, being able to time that up and then take that Wyvern Ride, that's actually great optimization. You lose no time there.
Really good. And I've got to say, Shinuchi's here is very, very good at getting that gauge back. Huge double EI straight into the kick. What a good hit there. I've added on a few rough zones, but let's see how CK are doing. Magnamallo's managed to get himself fired up.
And far away.
And from a distance, that was a reaching soaring kick. That was...
Unfortunately, it didn't land in like the best hit zones, but just being able to get back to the monster that fast always feels really good with Longsword.
Oh, definitely. That was a bit of a risk, but still managed to get it. The Magnamallo for Team Nowhere is at Blue Skull at this point, so a lot of offensive pressure has been put in by these two longswords. Going for the Superman dive just to avoid the pin. And then another soaring kick. All on a good hit zone. You love to see it. When those things land, they land.
Big numbers do the brain good. Nowhere looking at Blue Skull here.
Very nice. They're also catching up. And missed. Doesn't even matter.
Doesn't need it.
Didn't even go for the Hellbreaker.
That is a downed Magnamallo for Nowhere right there. So that's looking like it's going to be 2 wins for Team Nowhere. With CK getting their Blue Skull now on their Magnamallo.
I have to say, I don't think we've seen a paralysis at this point.
No,
maybe the two blades were a bit of a trap pick.
Yeah, it really does take a lot of aggression. Oh, there's the paralysis.
It is, just as we said it, and just as he died. 3 minutes 54 versus 3 minutes 11.
Still very close hunts here. 30 to 40 seconds between each other is still really close hunts. In more or less, a freestyle kind of setting, right? We can't reset for bad RNG. We can't do any of that here. So being that close still is incredibly impressive for these hunters.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got to say, though, I was expecting the gap to be larger. We know how powerful Longsword can be, and the two of them were in brilliant sync there. That long-range jump, sometimes you just go for those on the rare occasions I play Longsword, and is it fun when it lands? You just go halfway across the
sometimes it works. Yep. Sometimes it works. So we're looking at 2 wins for Team Nowhere here going into our 3rd hunt and 0 for Vitamin CK. They'll get to pick the next hunt again, and Team Nowhere will get to ban one out once more. It'll be interesting to see what this last pick is going to be, or what this next pick, I shouldn't say last, but what this next pick is going to be. Vitamin CK can still pull out a win here, and if they manage to, they can push this to the next if game.
Definitely. That was a very impressive play all around from the teams. Very, very nice. So I guess we might as well get that done now. Let's see what we're thinking about bans and which ones to choose.
Team Nowhere, what are you thinking for your ban?
So wait, the ban's reset, right? So
you can ban anything you want. You can ban the same quest again. You can ban a different quest. It does not matter.
Zenogre
again. All right. He is such a good boy. I know you really want to fight him. So Vitamin
In that
CK,
case,
which
we're going to choose Tigrex then.
Tigrex it is. Keeping it in a variety. I like that.
Very
All right,
nice.
well, we'll see you guys in that Tigrex hunt. Good luck.
Tigrex is going to be an entertaining choice. Let's just remind ourselves of the weapons that come with Tigrex. We've got sword and shield, great sword, gun lance, switch axe, and bow. Believe we saw a very impressive combination of bow and great sword the last time on the last Tigrex hunt. Be good to see how that one goes. I don't know. Is there anything different you'd like to see with this one, Bagel, or are you just looking for more of the same? Because that was an impressive setup.
I like SNS. I like SNS against Tigrex. SNS has some crazy openings against Tigrex, especially with Metsu Shoryugeki.
Oh,
You
dude,
can
I want to see a
set
Metsu
up
land.
so much. But I think that's where SNS falls off, right? Because after you get that opener, SNS doesn't have that insane damage that most other weapons do. It has the same kind of problems that, Longsword does when you are basing all of your decisions that you use with the weapon on what the monster is going to do. Metsu is only really potent when the monster is attacking you, when you can actually get the parry off with the Metsu. Same thing with Longsword. It's only really potent if the monster is attacking you over and over again, so you can get those EIU special sheath counters off. Exactly. Without those weapon choices don't seem as good. With a monster like Tigrex, I really do feel like that can be a potent combination as long as you're timing those Metsus with the right attacks. There are some attacks that Tigrex has that if you use Metsu, you will get hit out of instantaneously.
Absolutely.
Because that hitbox persists. So I still like seeing SNS because I think SNS is a great matchup against Tigrex, especially with all these other options. SNS and Gunlance are definitely my comfort picks, but I'm also garbage at Greatsword, so I can't really say anything about that.
Oh, you are preaching to the choir. Speaking of, I can see that looks like Nowhere are hovering over that Greatsword. The inferior Diablos Greatsword design, I might add. I might be a little biased, but we've also got the bow from the other team. We saw some very impressive numbers. I think 5 arrows hitting for 20 each, a hit of 100 on a rapid shot. Very impressive there. With those coatings as well. So I think we've got our participants ready. So should we slam out a Tiggy?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
And they are off. Immediately loading in here. Double bow for Vitamin CK. You'll love to see it.
Very interesting. So they may not want to focus on the arms that much this time, but again, we can see Team Nowhere coming in with the bow and greatsword combination. Are we going to see a bit more of that setup we had earlier on in the tournament? I hope so. I loved it.
Yeah, it'll be really nice to see it.
If we see this sleep coatings, there we go. They are going for the setup. Let's see how well they can do. Heading for the TCS from Shinuchi there. Hitting a white zone, but that's okay. Got to get the wake up TCS now. This is the big move that everybody loves. And
Team CK already with the paralysis on their Tigrex.
And it's now asleep as well. Big wake up hit.
1343. Oh my gosh, my heart. Just such big numbers.
And then paralysis. The paralysis into the shoulder check KO. Now, personally, I think they could probably land a TCS here and maybe get a few more checks in, but they get their KO and land it on the face. Very, very nice.
Yeah, I think Shinuchi's positioning a little bit was off there. When he went for that first shoulder tackle, he actually missed it. And I feel like if that would have landed, he would have actually gotten in the charge level 2 and then gone for the next 2 shoulder checks to then land that TCS.
Big opener.
It is interesting to note for CK that they have gone through the majority of their power coatings, and they've gone through their CC already. So now they're going to have a Tigrex. Just a Tigrex. Just the entire time.
Straight up moveset to deal with. No little to no CC. I think it'll be interesting to see where we get the first Wyvern Ride out of this. That may count a lot towards damage here. Of course, he's going full lawnmower mode here. Very, very hard to deal with. And a good adamant slash from Shinuchi there. Good way to avoid damage. Can he get this TCS off? Lands it.
It connects, but in a white zone. 172 on a TCS is a number that you don't want to see for that much commitments. Committing?
Yes.
Commitment. That's the word.
One of those words that's in there.
Found it finally.
One thing I will say is that with CK here, they're running the dual bows. It means that they can still interact with Tigrex during the charging phase, and combined with Dodge Bolt, they can charge right through those that lawnmower attack. So one of the most annoying things about Tigrex is kind of a non-issue for them. So this may actually average out into better damage.
Especially with a spread bow that likes to play up front and aggressive all the time, you would expect to see this kind of play coming out, right? Dodge bolt, shoot. Dodge bolt, shoot. Aim for the head, aim for the arms, try to get your breaks.
That said, though, we have seen our first blue skull on Team Nowhere here. See if we can land the Adamant Charge Slash from Shinuchi, but gets clipped by a bite.
Yeah, went for the power charge there, the Silk Bind Circle, and unfortunately just gets clipped out of that.
And I wonder, see, this is the part that could potentially waste a lot of time here. Tigrex running around like a madman, going for the bow play, and Tigrex
there
is
it
down.
is.
Very fast clear. Very fast clear.
It just really goes to show lining up that CC and those openers really does pay off in the long run. If you can push out 40-50% of the monster's health at the very beginning of the hunt in just the first 30 to 40 seconds, the rest of it is just up to the monster cooperating.
It's honestly well deserved. That's a beautiful opener and very well rehearsed. So 2 minutes 59,
1 second under. Nice.
Just under 3 minutes. Let's go back to Vitamin CK there and just see how they're doing so far. A lot of trading with his charges in this annoying state.
And see, there's the unfortunate thing about Dodge Bolt and that lawnmower hitbox. It does continue. It does keep dragging. So if you don't get out of it by the time your iframes for Dodge Bolt are over, and by the time your armor for Dodge Bolt is over, you're getting hit by it.
Yep, that's it. They're just getting still caught in that hit zone and just either barely making it out or just not managing to squeeze out of the charge at all.
Ooh.
Oh, and a nasty
part from K. Citrus getting pretty low there too, but she was able to disengage and get healed back up to about 80% there, 70%.
Good. It's good. Means probably 1 or 2 hits with gunner armor for a monster like this. We should be seeing close to the end though for Tigrex. However, I suppose one of the limiting things here is that once those coatings are done, like you said, they are done. Interesting thing to note. And there it is. There it is. So we're looking at around about 4 minutes, judging by the timer on the top left. Around about 4 minutes for the double bow. Still, I believe, an S rank, still sub 5. So well played.
Well played,
CK.
Hunters. Yep, congratulations to both of these Hunters making it all the way to the finals. Team Nowhere just dominating the end of this, right? Keeping the pressure up and keeping these openers. You know, they went through the prep and they went through the understanding to really get the start of each of these hunts out right. 435 coming from Vitamin CK, and once again 259 from Team Nowhere. Congratulations to both of these teams, and congratulations to Team Nowhere for finishing it out, for winning. That's the win.
Huge
congratulations.
Tiniest clap in the world coming from my end, but chat, come on, give it up for Team Nowhere. They did a brilliant job.
Yeah,
absolutely
they really
dominated the final.
A great showcase, and once again, can everyone too please give it up for Vitamin CK2, our runner-up in this tournament. You know, they took that lower bracket all the way to the finals, and they kept up their pressure the best that they could. So congratulations to both of these teams.
Very well deserved, and yeah, to everybody really. I mean, we've had some very entertaining strats to see, and very good times from everyone.
Yep. Absolutely fantastic. I believe we're going to move into an interview next with Team Nowhere. We're going to get a final word from our victors, and then a closing statement from myself and Nightside. So guys, stay tuned for that.
Yeah, look forward to it. It's going to be very entertaining.
All right, congratulations, you guys. So, y'all went undefeated in this tournament.
Yeah.
How does that make y'all feel to know that y'all were able to just go first match all the way to the final one? Breaking the sweat, or was there actually a lot of sweat involved?
There was a lot of sweat, more so because of the first round. We messed up quite a lot in the first round, actually, more so than any of the other rounds. Probably because of the jitters coming to us there, and yeah, we felt pretty good throughout it all because we got the practice in, we got most of it pretty much down cinch as it is. Honestly, feels pretty good. If you want to say something, Onion, go for it.
Yeah, it was actually kind of funny because before even when we started, I like told Shin here, listen to this song, it's gonna get you hyped up, and then turned it out to be the Street Fighter 6, the new theme song for it.
Oh, where?
Called Not on the Sidelines, and then I ended up listening to it one more set of times for the finals, and like, all right, I got this. It's just getting me motivated to just do my best.
Well, it obviously worked. Kept your spirits high. I mean, after all, that's where the first battle always is. It's always up here. Right, put in your head. So, what are y'all guys gonna do now with Sunbreak coming out? Y'all guys are getting fresh copies of the DLC. Get to save your money a little bit. Maybe buy some DLC packs or do whatever you want to do with your money.
For me, I'm just gonna try out all the weapons. Being a jack of all trades myself, I just want to see all the mechanics, everything that's changed. Seeing some of what the Malzeno fights were, like seeing Gunlance going crazy, seeing Switch Axe. I just love seeing all these weapons getting so many improvements. And I'm just excited to just dabble into everything, in all honesty. And of course, I love all the monsters. Like Lucid Nargacuga, just... I wanted that monster so bad to come back. And I got my wish. But yeah, go ahead, Onion, if you want to say something.
Yeah, for me, like, it's always been this way for every Monster Hunter iteration. I'm into fashion. I'm into that fashion hunter. So the number one things I'm looking forward to are like the armor designs for Sunbreak. Looking forward to not just the armor designs. I am looking forward to a lot of the monsters. I'm really glad like Astalos is back, Gore Magala is back.
Yeah.
But looking at those armor designs, and some of them are also coming back, I'm like, yes, I get to make my own mixed layered armor sets.
So, which armor set has you the most excited?
Which armor set? That's a good question.
Like me personally, it's got to be the Espionage so far.
That's true, and ironically for me, it might be the pre-order bonus.
Oh yeah, that pre-order bonus is so sick.
That's a good one.
I'm always forgetting about the pre-order bonus. Like I have the Kumorai Samurai set, but it's just like off in the corner. I'm like, oh wait, I have this? All right, so let me see here. So is there any particular monster that you're looking forward to, or maybe one that y'all guys are praying for that has yet to be revealed?
For me personally,
yeah, go ahead.
I'm hoping that Amatsu might come back of all monsters, because after seeing like Ibushi and Arwa, I'm like, oh my gosh, maybe Amatsu has a chance of coming back. I want to hear the one thing I especially want to hear is the quest clear that's unique to Amatsu. That's what I want to hear.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, it's the same for me, but the monster that I want will never probably come in because, with 3U swimming being gone, I want Abyssal Lagiacrus to be back, but that'll never come back for me. I won't lie.
Never know. You never
know. It's true.
They reworked Lagiacrus for Generations, but unfortunately, from what I remember, they did disconfirm Lagiacrus for Sunbreak. But maybe in the future, if there's like a Monster Hunter 6, Monster Hunter Universe, Monster Hunter Moonrise, maybe we'll get a Lagiacrus.
Yeah. I know Abyssal's like underwater only, so he doesn't do underwater, like ground combat, sadly. But one can only dream. That's it.
Well, we're just gonna keep on dreaming.
Pretty much.
That's true.
All right. So, with that, I want to say one more time, congratulations, you guys. It was absolutely bonkers watching y'all. And just seeing y'all guys get off your strats, double pierce heavy bowgun was freaking awesome. Getting off the wake up true charge slash again, twice in a row under pressure, man, that's just too much. I would be lucky to even land it the first time.
Mm-hmm. There was a lot of pressure. We were just like, we could do Tigrex, but man, doing that setup in the beginning is very nerve-wracking for sure.
And if I messed up at the beginning as well, if I didn't get that sleep off, I'm getting hit by the screen.
Yeah, you have to dodge the roar yourself to even pull off the sleep. It's true.
Man, that's just bizarre and bonkers. Yeah. Well, if y'all guys do decide to participate in another tourney like this in the future, I am definitely looking forward to y'all guys again.
Oh yeah, I will definitely love to attend.
It would definitely be fun.
All right, and with that, I will see y'all guys next time. Again, congratulations. Y'all guys played awesomely. I can't wait to see what y'all guys are up to in the future.
Thank you very much for inviting us.
Yeah, thank you very much for everything here.
I'm very honored and grateful.
All right, thank y'all guys so much for being here.
Hello, everybody. It's me, JalBagel, and Nightside.
Yo!
And we've done it.
We did it.
That's it. The first one.
The first.
Congratulations, everyone. Dude, that was insane. Thank you to all of our participants. Thank you, Team Nowhere. Thank you, Vitamin CK Nifty Gang. Thank you, the GCU, and thank you to Skull Raiders. Guys, if you are not following any of these amazing, awesome, lovely human beings, all of these content creators, all these monster hunters, all these speedrunners, then you should go and do that. You need to go and do that. They took time out of their lives and their schedules to not only coordinate with us how to do this, but to also be here on this tournament out of their own everything. So thank you. Right.
On short notice too for some of them.
Oh my gosh, on last second notice. I also want to thank really quick all of the hosts. Just really quick, all of the hosts, Sky Sensei, DJ Johnny, T Lumini, Sarah Symmetry, guys, thank you so much for doing this with me. They each put in so much effort too on their own to make sure that we were all set up for success, to give you guys the best esports experience possible. Before I keep going, I think it's time to do it, right?
Yeah.
Without further ado, I present to you our first Monster Hunter Speed Running Rise Invitational Tournament champions. Congratulations to Team Nowhere, to Shinuchi and to Onion for coming through undefeated and destroying it. They did a great job. So congratulations to them for winning the tournament. They will both receive a copy of Sunbreak as being the champions of this tournament. So thank you guys for participating, and congratulations.
And just to kind of show off really quickly, in case you guys caught the end results a little late, obviously Team Nowhere are our grand champions, followed by Vitamin CK Nifty Gang, third place with the GCU, and then finally we have Skull Raiders and in fourth place. So congratulations to all of our teams. You guys all did fantastic. You put on a fantastic show. Quite honestly, we could not have done this had we not had your guys' support and help. And like we mentioned a little earlier, thank you so much for helping us out, especially on such short notice. I'm not gonna lie,
insane.
I'm very, very pleased with the result. I mean, I had faith that we were gonna do good, but I think that we blew up. We did a lot better than I thought that we were initially going to do.
Oh yeah.
And it's just
exceeded our expectations.
It's so hard to believe that we literally had the same idea in like 4 weeks ago, started talking about a week later, and had less than a full 3 weeks to plan it out, while also trying to coordinate every single little thing. So I hope you guys enjoyed our the first ever Monster Hunter speedrunning tournament. Once again, Giles already said it, but I just want to say it again just to double down. Huge shout outs to all of our participants. Huge shout outs to all of our volunteers. Honestly, once again, without you guys, we could not make this happen. And
literally couldn't have done it with the two of us.
Yeah.
It would have been impossible.
It would have been impossible, so 100%.
Yeah, thank you guys. I think now's a good time to talk about this in the future, right? A couple people have been talking about it in chat. When's the next one? And a couple people have messaged me about participating in the next one. We do plan on doing more of these, right? This first tournament that we just did was a proof of concept. We wanted to work out all the kinks and try to develop the best show for you guys, right? This is ultimately, right, we're showcasing speedrunning, but we wanted it to be entertaining too. Amazing. I think
100%.
this is the way that we will proceed doing this. Stay tuned to my channels, to Nightside's channels, and to the MHSR Twitter. If you guys want more information about that stuff, I mean, that's where you're going to find it. We're going to be putting these things on I mean, in the future. I don't want to say like in the next 3 months or anything like that, right? Sunbreak's coming out. Let's play that first. But do expect more of these to come out, and I think we talked about it a little bit, but I think our next iteration of it was going to be open application, right? So you can submit your application to join. This isn't like we pick and choose. Like if there's enough people that are interested in doing this, we're gonna have qualifiers and we're gonna take the fastest times, and it's going to be a speed running event, and it's gonna be bigger, and it's gonna be badder, and it's gonna be better than ever. And
100%.
And I'll say this too, Knight, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you, and it has been nothing but like the utmost like professionalism and just dude, it was awesome. It was awesome putting this on together with you, so thank you.
Honestly, man, like if I didn't have your organizational support, I probably would have been running like a freaking duck, no head, or a chicken without no head, man. So
dude, we got this, right? Like I can organize the people, and you can make these insane like graphics and layouts and stuff, and have this insane production quality. It's been awesome, man. So I think that's everything that I have to say. Knight, did you have anything else that you wanted to add?
Nope, that's it. I mean, once again, guys, be sure to follow all of our participants and all of our volunteers on all their respective social medias, including Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, wherever. Don't forget to drop a follow on my channel and JalBagel's channel, and stay tuned for more MHSR tournaments. And thank you so much for tuning in.
And if you want to see it again, it will be up on Knight's channel soon, TM.
All right, that does it, right?
Thank you. Yep, that's it. We did it. Now we go to the after party, which is lying on the floor, sleeping.
Yeah, I'm gonna go pass out like right now after I'm done with this. So.
Oh my god, I get to relax again.
Heck yes.
We did it.
All right, guys. We'll see you next time. And
happy hunting.
Happy hunting.